Hello? Dad? Is that you? What's up, friends? We're in there. It is. It's today. And today, they have just announced the details of a Dawn of the Hunt update to Path of Exile 2, which is 0.2, the first, big one. And, I didn't watch it when it happened 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago. They're still doing the Q&A right now, but I don't really have much interest in watching that myself, so we're probably just gonna watch the big announcement for 30 minutes or so, or however long the little video takes, and then we'll go actually play something, that being Path of Exile 2, because I would like to... off stream, I started a deadeye character, or a ranger character that's gonna turn into a deadeye later. And I wanted to take my time going through the campaign, rerunning zones and looking at layouts and stuff, and making note of how to get through zones quickly. So we're going to be doing that. It's going to be real slow, running through each zone multiple times kind of thing. And that's going to be gas arrow eventually into lightning arrow, just to see how that feels. But yeah. That's where we're at. I forgot to send the message on Discord. And, yeah, once this time next week, or Friday next week, I think, we should be in there with the new update. So let's see what's in store.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers.
Hi, Jonathan
Game
Rogers.
Director on Path of Exile 2. Welcome to GGG Live.
Thanks.
Well, it's been a little over 3 months since we launched Early Access, so it's about time for our first major content update. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt,
It's actually been
which
4
launches
months.
on April 4th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Executioner's Guillotine finisher effect. Now in today's stream, we're going to take you on a deep dive into the new Dawn of the Hunt update.
What's up, Pio?
We'll cover a new class, 5 new Ascendancy classes,
One new
and
class,
huge expansions
unfortunately.
on character systems like unique items and support gems. After that, it's on to the in-game improvements, including changes to systems, a bunch of new encounters, and lots of other content. We're going to finish up today with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. Now we have a lot to cover today, so let's get started with a trailer for Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt.
Woo!
We as Mary are guided by the Spirit. It provides prayer,
Is that a new campaign
shelter,
zone that we'll see later?
even love. But for me, one day, all that were changed. The Spirit, it showed me something.
That's a
Something
wisp, not a spirit. Thank you very
forbidden.
much.
And to defend all I loved, I used it. I lost everything that day. But fate weren't finished with me yet.
Bro.
I'll right the wrongs I've done.
She had gems and she just got caught like that?
No matter the cost. I will hear the Spirit once more.
You're making a blacksmith? Wait, is that one of the classes? Yo, the roll. I actually forgot about that. Oh, orbital laser. What? Ah, yes. Rogue Exiles. How I missed them. Yo, 100 plus. What the fuck? Oh yeah, look at that. That looked like a blacksmith. Beyond bosses? Calandra? Crucible? No way, dude. There's no way they're bringing back Crucible, right? April 4th. Thursday or Friday.
Now, as you can see, in Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the first new class since early access to PoE 2, the Huntress. The Huntress is a spear-wielding Asmeri warrior. Born into a society with strict traditions, she was exiled from her homeland after using the power of a skill gem to defend her village. As a dexterous spear user, she specializes in both melee and ranged combat, dashing into and out of battle.
That looked pretty sick.
Spears have extended range
Solid
and a
trail.
short dash, but unlike other melee weapons, you can also throw them.
Yay.
In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range.
Big
The
thought.
first skill you will get as a Huntress is Whirling Slash.
Hell yeah.
As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the
I want to
whirlwind
see
will make
what
it
the
explode.
endgame mechanics are they're
The
adding.
more Whirling Slashes used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion. Once you're out of there, you'll want to follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes. These twisters bounce off walls and can hit enemies multiple times. You can also throw twisters inside
Also,
a
what's up,
whirlwind
John? How you
to
doing?
shoot out extra tornadoes that do way more damage. In her offhand, the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to
What
do
about
a new
two
skill,
spears?
parry.
Hear me
While
out.
holding down parry, your character will counterattack any incoming attack from monsters near you, stunning them.
Doing pretty good.
In addition, the monsters will take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects. Disengage is a skill that does a quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy though, it causes an explosion and gives you a frenzy charge.
I intend to never use parry if I play this class.
Just be careful. If you parry too much, you're going to get stunned and possibly killed.
Yeah,
You
it
can
sounds kind
combine
of
this
annoying.
combo with Whirling Slash. Slash, parry, disengage, and you'll get an explosion from the disengage and the Whirling Slash. The Huntress also has a variety of elemental spear throw attacks. You could
That's
use
what I'm
lightning
really after. I
spears
just wanna
bounce
yeet
lightning
that
between
shit.
your foes. Or you could throw explosive spears into the ground. These spears take a while to detonate, but when they do, they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast. All spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground. And these empowered versions can activate even more combos. Using Whirling Slash over ground fire will suck it into the
Whoa.
whirlwind, adding fire to the explosion. Using twisters inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well.
He just said shit out fire.
And you can do similar combos
Bro,
with
this is the
ice
marketing. You can't say that.
and lightning too. Now, a key aspect of hunting is exhausting your foes by causing blood loss. This skill is Rake, which dashes towards your target and unleashes a deadly
That
slash.
Sounds
opening out
like
wounds
it
on
should
your
be a
enemies.
druid spell, is all
Follow
I'm
up with
saying.
disengage and watch them bleed out as they run towards you. On the health bar of monsters, you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced.
Oh yeah, I'll be
And
playing.
the
too.
Huntress
I
has
guess it
skills
kind of
to take
depends on the
advantage of
others,
this.
and it sees like if there's something
For
more
example,
exciting.
using Blood Hunt will thrust forward and cause a bloody explosion. The more blood loss, the bigger the explosion. If you want to cause bigger bleeds, try out Rapid Assault. The final hit of this multi-hit combo will stick a spear into your enemy for a big bleed. Now, Explosive Spear and Rapid Assault both result in leaving spears behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are other skills that leave spears around too, like Storm Lance, that leaves an electrical spear that arcs towards enemies. But what can you do with all these spears? Detonate them, of course. Thunderous Leap will allow you to jump onto and explode any spears either in the ground or in your enemies. Now, as well
Nice,
as hunting
nice.
animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability
I
to
thought we were
tame it
getting
and
Einhar
use it
for a
as
second.
companion. You can only have one companion at a time, but it will keep the mods that were on it. Try to find a rare
Bro.
beast with good mods to take full advantage of your ability to tame them.
Is this what how we get specters? Because that's what this sounds
Now,
like.
this is just the beginning of the Huntress. We've really tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of synergy between ranged and melee options. There are 22 new skills available for the Huntress. By endgame, you'll be slinging hundreds of insanely powerful spears, sending forth spirit animals and summoning the might of Solaris from the sky. But we still haven't talked about ascendancy classes yet. What
That's
can the
right.
Huntress ascend
That's
into?
right.
Well, the first ascension class you could choose is the Ritualist. The
All right.
Ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions by harnessing the power of animal sacrifice and plague. The Corrupted Life Force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin.
Ewy.
When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them. The Ritualist also excels in taking advantage of magical trinkets. The Unfurled Finger skill allows you to
What?
equip an additional ring on a finger around your neck. Taking Mystic Attunement increases the bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped. Now this is
That
one
sounds
of my
illegal.
favorites. As the Whisper's Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood, to give you one of their modifiers for a short time.
He just got 4 modifiers from that monster.
Specialize further into Ritualistic Sacrifice with As the Whispers Demand, which allows you to perform that skill on yourself instead of a corpse.
What?
Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of your own blood to empower yourself.
Oh, you just get a random one. Okay.
The Amazon Ascension is for those looking to hunt more than just beasts. Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will
Suppose
use
we
more
shouldn't be
traditional
surprised
fighting
this is one of the
techniques mastered to
ascendancies.
perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars. While using elemental
my
infusion,
girl, right?
any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing
What we've
any
all been
projectile
waiting for.
attacks to explode on impact. The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds. It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance.
Oh, interesting.
Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life, and as Mary Brew to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana.
That's
so
nifty.
those are the 2 new ascendancies for the Huntress, but those are not the only ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt.
Tell me more,
Added a new
Jonathan.
ascension class for 3 of the other existing classes too. First up, for our warriors out there, we have the Smith of Katava. The warrior is a blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to
Yo,
new
you
heights
just
by
whip out an
embracing
anvil.
power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Katava
Yo,
are
what is
master
all that?
blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using
Yeah.
the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with fiery destruction before any battle. After doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation.
It's
You
kind of
can
like
also use
sharpening
the power
weapons
of
in Monster
Kitava
Hunter,
to
isn't
summon
it?
an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you. A great blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon, though. Their armor can be enhanced too. Now you might think this ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're
Slightly,
right.
slightly.
There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there. By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points.
Can
If
you
you
have
want your
all,
body
like,
armor to grant life,
I guess
take this notable.
7 of them?
If you want resistances, take this one. There's so
Damn.
many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense. Now, let's move on to those who prefer the reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands, the mercenary.
Is me.
Alongside the existing Ascension classes, the Gemling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician. The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a Blackguard, he is able to use his training
was a lot
to
of arrows.
decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. This training comes in the form of various skills like suppressing fire, which causes all projectiles to pin enemies.
That's
When
actually kind of sick.
combined with the right where we want them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too.
So
almost
it's kind of
freeze.
like a stun. Yeah,
With the
freeze.
soldier's training, the Tactician also works well cooperatively. Using the whoever pays best notable, you can place multiple banners at once. The Watch How We Do It skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well. But if that isn't enough, you can also command your army of off-screen archers to unleash hell
yeah.
and carpet an entire area with arrows.
My army's here. They're just off screen
Finally,
smiling.
Witch players will be able to join their legions
Yo,
by
that's sick
becoming
art.
undead themselves. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the Lich Ascension class. The Lich is a master of chaos and curses and could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy shield. The crystalline phylactery skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power. There's just one downside to splitting your soul this way though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The necromantic conduit
Just
skill
use
causes you
CI.
and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as chaos damage. Rupture the Soul makes enemies you curse explode with chaos damage when slain. Dominion over Flesh allows you to apply an additional curse.
Sounds familiar.
It's safe to say you'll be the true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class.
Yeah, blacksmith
So Dawn of
looked
the Hunt has
pretty
the
neat.
Huntress and 5 new Ascension classes, but it doesn't end there. Let's take a look
There's
at some of the
more?
new skills we've added. Now you may remember we previously talked about the Raise Spectre skill.
I know that
It's finally complete,
ritualist
and will be made
looked
available
really
in the
sick.
upcoming expansion. It can be found in the occult skills on the skill gem crafting panel.
Oh no, there's
Raise
actual
Spectre is a
specters.
skill
Okay,
that allows you to trap the soul of almost any monster in the game.
that's actually huge. I thought
you
it
can
was
then
just gonna
summon
be
in
the
the skill
huntress
panel.
that could do it.
Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die, but the spirit cost
Oh,
varies.
Prophet,
based on
by the way,
power
what
of
did I
monster.
do?
You could summon an army of weaker monsters,
Was it the specters thing?
or a few of the more powerful monsters. You can combine them with your existing skeleton minions, or summon exclusively specters. It's all up to you and how you want to customize your army of the undead.
Yo, yoinking those fucking
Given that
cannon
there are hundreds
dudes?
upon hundreds of monster variants
That
in
would
Path
be
of
huge.
Exile 2, it's safe to say you'll be experimenting with this one for a while. We look
This-
forward to seeing which monsters serve you best.
Honestly, there's a non-zero chance
let's
the
move
reason
on to
we
our
didn't
next
get
skill.
Druid is because they put
Since we've been
specters.
talking about summoning undead
I wonder
so
how much balance that
let's
took.
have a change of pace and
Or if
summon
they
something a
didn't.
little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill. Summon your friendly rower to aid you in combat as a minion.
Does it give move speed?
You can also mount your rower in combat at any time, allowing you to move at full speed even while shooting arrows or throwing
okay.
spears.
Kind of.
Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed. It's worth keeping
Yo,
an
actually,
eye
the
on your
art
stagger bar, as falling off the
on,
mount can mean almost certain death. On the topic of new ways to enhance
Hold
your
up.
character, let's talk about support. Now let's move on to our next skill.
Yes, yes,
Since
yes.
we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill.
Go to the next cut.
Summon your friendly rower to aid you in combat as a
I mean, the
minion.
next one.
You can also mount your rower in combat at any time, allowing you to move at full speed even while shooting arrows or throwing spears. Be wary.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the flasks. When you're using that the thing that makes life flasks heal mana and mana flasks heal life, the flasks both have like red and blue in them. It's kind of sick.
If you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed. It's worth keeping an eye on your stagger bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death. On the topic of new ways to enhance your
Oh.
character, let's talk about support gems.
Yo,
Support
what's up,
gems are
relax?
used to
I
modify
saw
your
something
combat
else.
at any time. Stagger bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death.
Since we're talking about details, yo, Y3465, thanks for that follow. 6x map portals remaining. Interesting.
On the topic of new ways to enhance your character, let's talk about support gems. Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient
the fuck?
options here. To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems. Hema crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile crystals. Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players with good positional skills. Caltrops will allow you to litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing your foes as you fling spears through their ranks. But there's plenty more for every playstyle, such as Enormity. Unsteady
Enormity.
Tempo. Profanity.
That's me.
Retaliate.
Oh, we're bringing these back. Oh. Whoa. Okay,
Syzygy.
that's not what I thought it
Yep,
was.
that's a real word.
Is it really? Was it Polish?
And many more. Now, we've talked about a new class, new ascendancy classes, new skills, and new support gems. But let's not forget about the core of a true action RPG, the items. To start with, let's talk about uniques. We're adding over 100 new unique items. This time, we've made sure to add uniques with a focus on mid and end-game tiers to make sure there are more exciting items to find for higher-level characters.
Thank God.
Let's look at some examples.
Having only low-level bases
Embrace
with
your inner devil with
stuff
Chernobog's
was very
Pillar.
sad. Oh, they
It
brought
grants
that
you a
in.
large amount of fire damage based on your block chance. The Coming Calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements, granting you all 3 Elemental Herald skills without costing any spirit.
Well,
At the same
none?
time, it penalizes enemy resistances.
Kind of bonkers.
Waste Gate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like Blood Magic or Archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you. Now, we could go through these all day, but we'll leave most of them for you to discover. Suffice to say, though, we want there to be way more cool things to find. Over time, our goal is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can chance any base in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spares from early game all the way through the end game as well. One example is Scyther's Spear, which combines bleed
Aggravates
and fire in a
ignites
powerful
too.
way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage. We're also introducing a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics.
Buckler? I barely
Our
know
Dyer's
her.
Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding our first unique charms. Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from Ignite, but will also emit a devastating Fire Nova whenever you do get ignited.
Oh.
In sum, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now, we also want to talk about crafting options. In each major
It's very
update during
important.
early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content that we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have 1 tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by in-game. So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier mods than before.
All right, that's a
Our
little
plan
interesting.
is to significantly expand the number of more specialized mods for crafting using socketables as we add new content over time.
Now,
And
can
the
we get a
first new set of
socketable
those comes from
tab,
what we're
please?
talking about next.
That's kind of
In Dawn
the
of the
concern
Hunt, we're
there.
adding Asmarian Wisps, which can be found throughout both the campaign and the endgame. The Asmari spirit has made itself present in Rayclast, and it appears to be trying to warn, or maybe prepare us for the coming darkness. You will first encounter a manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, an Asmari hunter who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way. As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters
Yo,
it
bear
comes into
touch.
contact with are infused by it, making them more powerful. Each spirit is associated with a specific revered animal within Asmari culture. This one is a wisp of the Great Bear. And
Torment,
grants enemies
is that
extra
you?
life and stun. The wisp moves faster the closer you are, and as you move away, they slow down to wait for you. But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return to the woods. As you continue to chase the wisp, it will find and possess a rare or unique monster,
Yeah,
granting it
it's
a new
Torment.
powerful ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear, this monster now also has increased life and stun. But on top of that, it will periodically summon a large spectral bear that slams with wild fury. If you're able to defeat this foe, you will be rewarded. For each monster that was infused and killed along the way, the rewards will be increased. Each wisp has its own mechanics. The
Hopefully
wisp
none
the
of them
Winter
have corpse
Owl is a
explode.
primal
If they
wisp
don't,
that causes
I'll be
enemies to
totally
deal
fine with
extra
it.
cold damage, gain energy shield, and release wind vortices on death. When infusing a monster, they will call down large tornadoes to protect their host. The
can
wisp
already
of
hear the
Wild
complaints
Cat
about that
is a
one.
vivid wisp that causes affected monsters to deal more critical strikes and become more evasive. When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb. If you're lucky, you may even find sacred wisps that can do some pretty crazy things to the monsters they influence. Like the wisp of the Cunning Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics,
Oh,
magic monsters into rares, and rare monsters into actual bosses.
what would be the worst boss you could have
Asmarian
walk up
wisps
on you
can
like
drop a
that?
new set of socketable items that
The
allow you
monkey?
to craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items. Each one may only be used on a specific item slot. As mentioned, the Asmarian Wisps can be encountered throughout the game, but there's also a new endgame map called the Asmari Ranges, a mountain village where the Asmari once lived, now overrun with corrupt monsters.
Surely that's going to
This
be a
map
campaign
always
zone,
has
right?
multiple Asmarian Wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight.
Double?
Asmarian Wisps can also be further modified by the endgame Atlas tree as well, and by tablets.
Oh.
But I'm not going to be the one talking about those things. In order to cover all the new content in in-game, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game
Hi,
Director
Mark.
on Path of Exile 2. There's
Oh, hi,
a
Mark.
ton to talk about with the in-game today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with a brand new in-game, and it was clear that it needed a lot of work.
I still think the map is
After
cool.
absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes.
Epic.
The first thing is, we just need a lot more content.
That's right.
In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting and different encounters you will randomly stumble into as you explore the
Hey,
in-game.
you can see the map objectives
And the
on the
second
top.
goal is to
up
smoothen
there.
the progression through maps
kinda neat.
and reduce the amount of annoying busy work. To start with, let's talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious thing to add are new maps. As well as
Yellow
the
boat.
Asbury Ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps,
Okay.
all with their own custom encounters. Let's start with this one.
The Feral Megaliths map starts off in the wild Ezomite forests. As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy. After activating
This sounds
all
like
the stones,
levers.
you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing. You can then start an encounter. The area darkens, a storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss.
Bro, we need
You
more
must
of
fight
these
and defeat the boss to get its rewards.
more of these orbital lasers.
Once
I'm
you
all
have
about
defeated
that.
it, summon another.
This update happens April 4th,
and another.
12 p.m.
and another,
Pacific time. So
and another.
1 week and 1
you
day.
have 10
from
total
today.
waves of boss fights which get incrementally more difficult. If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes. These can only be obtained from this map. The Fractured Lake contains a surreal waterscape
Oh, so
with
this is just a
fractured
map.
mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on. In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting 2 of the same rare at the same time, which can prove quite difficult. If you manage
Oh,
to
yeah, no
overcome
problem.
that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror, a powerful altar-like object that contains an item within it. The item
Hey, it's
contained
not
within
mirrored?
is a new base type, either an amulet or a ring, that can be
Bro.
crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes at the cost of
We
the
just
other.
have simplex
The last
amulets,
unique
I
map
guess.
we'll show today
Sick.
is one based around the essence mechanic.
Although I think that
You
had
enter a
increased
crystalline cavern, and you will find a
increased
powerful map
effective
boss
modifiers on
imprisoned
it,
in
too.
the center. It is surrounded by many rare monsters, also imprisoned in essences. By freeing and defeating the rare monsters, the essence they held will be upgraded to a greater essence and be added to the imprisoned map boss. How brave are you?
Oh,
How many essences
I
will you
see.
add to the boss? Overdo it, and you might lose everything. Underdo it, and you might regret it. It's your choice. Speaking of essences, alongside visual improvements, you're now able to apply Varlorbs to corrupt the essences with a range of unpredictable outcomes. It could increase the number of essences, re-roll all the essences to the same type,
okay.
or even upgrade the essences to greater essences.
Huge.
What if they're
Huge.
already greater essences? Well, it can upgrade
Even
those too.
greater
We have
essences?
4 new corrupted essences. Essence of Hysteria, Delirium, Horror, and Insanity.
Insanity's
Each
nuts.
corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics. For example, the essence of Insanity causes you to question even your own mind, as monsters split into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it. Each of these has their own crafting outcomes. The essence of Insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next Varlorb used on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments.
That's kind of sick. Kind of insane, actually.
It's worth noting all the essences in the unique map
But
can
your
also be corrupted
belt
too.
could only have 5
If
mods
you're
at that
willing to
point.
risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn by completing 5 different unique maps.
Hell yeah.
Now, new maps are just the beginning. We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content, and that it could be lurking around any corner. So, we have added
I also
a
really
bunch of
like
new
that
things
they
you
use
could stumble
regular
into
Valors
in
for
any
the,
map you
the
run.
essences.
On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue exiles. Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile.
Adrian!
some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death.
PvP in my Path of
They use
Exile
the same
2.
skills available to players, and even the same items. They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation. Of course, if you are able to slay these
they tell you
exiles,
which
those
uniques they
items
have.
will all drop on the ground.
Maybe
So
essences
if you
will be useful
encounter
now,
an exile
right?
using a
You kind of
powerful
need
or valuable unique
bulk
item,
for essences
which you
with
can
the way
see
they work
displayed
right
under
now.
their life bar,
I mean, even in
you
Path
want
of
to be
Exile
damn
1,
sure
the way
you
they
kill
work.
them.
You still need bulk.
Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them. Every fight will feel completely different
Doses.
depending on the items
We're
they
out.
come equipped with. These
Pretty good.
exiles are much smarter than your regular monster. They have capabilities to dodge roll, avoid your abilities with smart
Culture of
pathfinding,
Crimson.
smart
Haven't even heard of
targeting,
that one.
and much more action-packed gameplay. Fortunately, they're like you, and they're not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Helm's Heart, in which case, expect a longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find, each with their own skills and personalities.
I wonder if they're going to let people
Some may
put their own
insult you,
exiles in.
while others may admire your honor in combat.
Another encounter you might stumble onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes.
Strongboxes are chests with modifiers. When you try to open them, they activate traps and spawn waves of monsters that you must defeat.
I don't
to
see
access
fog
the
around
loot.
that strongbox.
Let's take a look at 2 of the new unique
Also
boxes that
huge.
are harder to find and behave just a little bit differently. The Ogham's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone. Upon interacting with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful rare. The Strongbox comes with a modifier which determines how many times it will revive that rare. Each time you defeat the monstrosity, the Strongbox revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster. With each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding.
I didn't see how many mods it had at
This
first.
Strongbox is infused with thaumaturgy from ancient File technology. Eshel's Torment has a powerful artifact inside, and is guarded by Chaos itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item, with a specific corrupted outcome. You'll have to find the other 2 for yourself,
Yo,
see what they do.
they put the beetle in maps.
Now, let's talk about the introduction to the endgame. Upon starting the endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land. However, in practice, the quest objective just sent you on a grind to clear 15 maps. We wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives
Is that not what
much
we're here
more
for?
interesting.
Now, Doriani is tasking you with a more specific objective. On the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast. In the center of
beast.
each one, you will find a corrupted nexus, the source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters.
Oh, we're going to have to kill beyond bosses, aren't we?
Corrupted maps existed on the Atlas before,
Yep.
but we've done significant
I
work
thought that
on
was beta
improving
for a
these
second.
monsters. We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the Nexus, you will have a new task: cleanse the source of corruption. When you defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses, amalgamations of corruption itself. After defeating that boss, Doriani will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains of the boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree, the upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance content in your maps. We didn't stop
yo, what's
there,
that?
though. When you complete a corrupted nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps. Cleansed maps also have new monsters,
Into
new
the salt
boss.
mines.
and their own set of modifiers and rewards, including finding fracturing orbs
Bro,
by
I need
slaying
that.
cleansed enemies.
I need that orbital beam.
These orbs can be used in crafting on a rare item to cause
Yo,
one of its
fracturing
modifiers
orb.
to become fractured. A fractured modifier is one that cannot be modified by any means. You are
What
able to
the
freely modify
hell?
the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed.
No, of course you do
Both
the
have
cleansing.
rewards to
Fracturing's
entice you
insane.
and challenges to assess.
Now, let's have a talk about towers.
One thing
Talk
we've
to
had
me
a
about
lot of
towers,
feedback
Mark.
on is the
Hello?
busy work around running towers and managing your tablets. The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically, so there are now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful. To start
That looked
with,
like you could use
tablets
3.
now inherently add twice as many mechanics, but that's not all. Running higher tier maps and towers now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By
Oh.
tier 15, the bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before. So, we're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets, and affecting even more maps than before. But because there are fewer towers overlapping with each other, you won't get as many opportunities to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once.
What's that 4th socket
You
up there,
always
buddy?
get 1 slot on completing the tower, but if you can complete a tower with more mods on the waystone, you can unlock a 2nd or 3rd slot. Overall, this allows for even more juicing from towers, while
Wait.
drastically reducing the amount of busy work you have to do.
We're still missing information.
On top of that, towers are much more interesting maps because they can now spawn with all mechanics, including bosses.
Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here.
The boss fight of the Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches contesting for territory. One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire. Who will win? Hopefully neither.
It's me.
The boss of the Sinking Spire map is a remnant of the Val that has been charged with lightning. It uses a full suite of lightning abilities. But be
Wait,
careful. If
it's
any of
Guardian,
them hit the
Vulgar,
surrounding
Blackjaw.
constructs, they will power up.
Another thing that we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining waystones. As we looked into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain waystones were dying a lot. A lot more than we had expected. And that made us realize
Right,
something.
that it's always the concern, isn't it?
During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges. You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the endgame, you are effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain waystones. By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die. But it certainly shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift as you run your first maps.
Oh, okay. So it's gonna...
The first change we're
Get
making
lower
is
as
you
you
can
get
now
farther in.
respawn and return to a map if you die. Continuing from where you left off.
Oh, they don't reset. Sick.
When you start the endgame, you get up to 6 total attempts per map. As you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns goes down. This means that as you get to the point that you're running every waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful. In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times. But
I don't
we
like
still
that it's
think
just
it's
one
important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time. Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying. A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either.
Interesting.
Dawn of the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs.
Yeah, I think the map portal
These
changes are
keys
interesting.
contain
The one
items
thing I
selected
don't
by
like
our
is that
supporters.
it looked
They
like
can
you get
contain
one portal,
any
so you
unique
can
item
only
found
bring
in
out
Path
one
of
portal
Exile
worth
2.
of loot.
If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example, Hand of Wisdom in action can only come from a key dropped by Zesht.
Oh,
We're also making a change that allows pinnacle boss uniques to drop at any difficulty. Rarer uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find. This applies to the drop chances for the reliquary keys from this content as well. We spoke about towers and tablets earlier. but we have also added a
Can
suite
confirm
of
that's
unique
how it is right now,
tablets.
but they're gonna address it because they don't
Each
like
of
that
these
either.
adds
Okay, good.
crazy interactions to the maps influenced by it. For example, this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring
Yeah.
connections.
What
This
is
can
it?
be quite
Thread of
useful
Hope?
for jumping gaps and traveling around your atlas.
Yo, so your atlas could be
And this
unbricked.
tablet causes all runic monsters spawn
Alright, sir,
during
good luck.
expedition encounters to
Thank
be
you for the
duplicated,
information.
and weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground. The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there, and improvements to existing ones too.
Now,
Yo,
through
increased
this live
chance to be
stream, we've
greater.
mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added. New runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods, and jewelry crafting bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about. Recombination.
The best parts of all this are
Expedition
when
was
Mark
the
speaks.
only in-game
Gotcha.
mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change. Recombination is a mechanic
Why
that
is
might
it
be
behind
familiar to some
Expedition?
players.
Fuck!
It allows you to merge two items together, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single new item.
Bro.
This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions
Damn
to
it.
fuel it. The rarer the mods on the item you are combining, the more expensive the cost.
That wraps up all the major in-game changes we're talking
Why,
about
Mark?
today.
It's like the monkey paw curled its finger as soon
we
as
can't
he
wait to
mentioned
get
the
in there,
recombiner.
start blasting maps and obliterating monsters.
Bro.
There is one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on, which is that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access
gonna
leagues, so you can play your existing characters.
Ah,
However,
so we don't
there
have
will be
to.
new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy. It is recommended to start over and get the full new
Yeah, I'm definitely
experience
gonna be
in the dawn of the
restart.
Hunt leagues.
For all our existing early access players, we're really looking forward to joining you playing in this new update. For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, you are able to at any time purchase an early access supporter pack at www.pathofexile2.com.
No, they're nerfing.
Additionally, the Paladin and Penance supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of Exile 2 and contain 6 microtransactions each and the full pack's face value in points. All
Talk
the
about
microtransactions
recombining
contained
changes
within these
early on.
packs
Okay.
are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Yo, the roll
Thank you
races.
so much for your ongoing support.
Yeah, they're using the Pee Wee
We're
1
just about
rows.
to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. On
Will
release
do,
weekend,
Mark.
we expect to launch the new mystery box and many new microtransactions,
Sick.
including Path of Exile 2's first alternate skill effects.
Let's go.
Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking
Okay, I heard one thing that they said. Well, I heard two things that they said before I started the stream because I had the stream open. But in the Q&A, they said, one, heralds will no longer be able to trigger each other, which is like massive nerf. And for two, they said a lot of the patch notes are going to be nerfs, actually. But they're not releasing them until sometime next week. But it's just because there's so much like bonkers shit that they didn't really catch on to in the development process. And so they gotta like bring it back in line. But there is also 5 new classes, 100 new uniques, and 20 skills, and 100 support gems. So there's gonna be more. There's gonna be more busted stuff. Have no fear.
Looking forward to playing the Huntress, trying new builds, and exploring the new endgame next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Super excited for this patch. I just want to see all the new stuff. I'm sad it didn't have Druid. I am more interested in the new towers than I thought I'd be. Also, what's up, Interplace? When they said we're gonna have to kill all the rares in towers, and there's gonna be mechanics and stuff in towers, I was like, that's not the way to do that. But now that they're like quadrupling the amount of maps you can buff with 1 tablet, and then they're letting you use 3 tablets per map, and they're making the range like fuck huge. That's better than I expected. But no Druid. So I'm a little bummed. But Ritualist looks pretty sick. 3 rings? Ridiculous. Crazy. Bonkers. Hi, Ziggy.
Good morning, Exiles.
Oh, I forgot his.
The Q&A portion of today after
It's a whisper stream ASMR.
reveal with lots in it, exceeding my expectations.
This is as loud as my
Simply.
PC sound
But
goes
on that
for stream.
note, we're joined here by Jonathan and Mark to talk about all that we've seen today and more in the future of Path of Exile 2. And you had an
I'm scared to
update
turn it up
on
for when they
Q&A.
figure out the
Yes,
problem.
that's right. That's right. Yeah. So we actually last night had a bit of a design session and realized that we weren't actually fully happy with the way that recombination worked. So we actually made quite a big change to it, which wasn't reflected in that video, obviously. Which is basically that we sort of wanted to give a bit more control to the player over how recombination works. And we also kind of weren't really
More
happy about the
control
fact
to the
that
player over recombining.
recombinations is something that like kind of matters a lot for really, really ultra endgame players. But it wasn't something that was really mattering a lot for like the people who effectively got access to the feature at the start. So we've actually changed it now so that the way it works is that you pick which mods you want on the each item from each item, and then it gives you a percentage chance of success based on the number you picked. So if you pick just like one from one and one from the other, then the chance is much higher. But if you pick if you pick 6 mods, it'll become practically impossible. So effectively, like the more you're wanting to design the item, the less of a chance of actually having success. So that means that if
In
you
case
just
you
wanna get,
can't
like, a
hear,
mod-
he said instead of the old recombining way where it just kind of picks shit, you get to pick the shit and then it has a chance of success based on how many things you pick, and probably something to do with like the rarity of the mods and the tiers and stuff.
if you want to get an item with like, okay, these 2 mods that I found off the ground, that's relatively easy. If you want to get an item which has all of them, then very hard. So we think that's a much better design because it means you can kind of use the recombinators actually become something that you can use even from from the first point you get them. But there's still this kind of end game, like for perfect stuff, you might still be able to do it with more. It is kind of balanced though, so that like if you pick literally all 6, then it's going to be like incredibly low to the point of like don't even try that. But like 4 mods might be a good thing to sort of be striving for, that kind of thing, and then exalt the other 2, that kind of stuff. So
yeah,
that's kind of
that's
the new
interesting
design of that.
because
So hopefully that'll be in by the time.
okay,
Zero
so
Dawn
audio
comes
looks
out.
like it's all right.
We've kind of got a plan for doing that. But yeah, like I think it's a much better design than what we had before for recombinators.
If it's not there for O2O, it'll be as
very
soon as it
soon.
can afterwards.
Very
But
soon,
yeah, spur of the moment, night before the live stream design sessions.
Yeah.
But
Been a few of those.
increased player agency and
fixing the
visibility
problem.
into the success result is just a win. And honestly, took way too long to get to the point of us actually going, "Oh, this is just straight up better to have observability into that and the freedom of choice." So.
Sure.
Yeah, the way recombinators work in Path of Exile 1 is like so arcane and bass backwards. Like I've read so many explanations of how to make something recombinate the way you want and like actually give it a good chance of success. And it's like you gotta have this number of mods on this item, and you gotta have this number of mods on this item, and one of them has to be the same on each one as a prefix. Like one of the prefixes has to be the same, but the suffixes have to be different. And then if you do that while the other one's magic and one's rare, like I don't even know if that's valid, but it's like really, really confusing and not something I ever really wanted to bother figuring out, despite how useful recombining is. So being able to just be like, hey, I want that and I want that, and then I have a 30% chance of success. I'll take that.
Felt like something that was both really high end in terms of the crafting that it was intended for, but also just even understanding it. This seems much more intuitive because
You just pick what you
selecting
want.
the mods you want.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So
Yeah.
it does sound like it's a little bit of a nerf for the very high end of crafting, though. Like,
It might end up being, but I'm not like it sort of depends on how the numbers come out. Like because we only just designed this, we need to still work out like exactly how the numbers end up looking. But I mean, look, we have to make sure. Obviously, whenever we're designing any crafting system, we have to be really sure that we're not like screwing over finding stuff on the ground. So you have to sort of have that balance, and that's so that kind of informs everything we do with crafting usually.
One difference here, though, of course, is if the success chance fails, both
item's just
both
deleted,
items
yeah.
are destroyed as opposed to always keeping one.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So it's
I'll
basically
take
a
that trade
chance for success.
every
And if
day.
it fails, item's gone. So
What,
yeah.
roughly, what do you think you try to pitch just choosing 2 mods at? Like,
It depends on what mods you're selecting, but I'm kind of thinking kind of like 35%-ish kind of thing for like 2 normal mods, that kind of thing.
For them both to
Like for them
go
both,
over?
yeah, for them both. For if you pick 2,
yeah.
and then you know, but we'll
It
see.
kind of depends.
It
Again,
kind of depends. We'll see how we have
higher,
to do
higher
some
tier
mathing.
mods are rare, and
Yeah, exactly. So it sort of
it
depends on the
also
situation.
the other thing is it's going to now have a fixed cost, so it's not gonna
Yeah.
you know,
And the idea is
dollar
like,
based on
yeah, and the idea is like doing a single expedition should be enough to do every combination. So you know, you're going to be doing them like relatively often as you're doing expeditions.
So is the part of Expedition where you get to craft with the NPCs still a thing then? Now that you're adding this?
Yeah, I mean, you've still got that whole mechanic, and like, so it's competing for the artifacts.
Yeah.
Between recombination versus
Man.
buying things from that.
We're gonna have to do
So is there
expedition
some
all the time.
bonus
I gotta
incentive
get
for that then to make it more
in the
competitive?
reset. I gotta get the big
it-
bomb
there
as soon
definitely
as
is some of
possible
in the
because I'm
future,
gonna
but
be
not at this time.
hating life
It seems like the systems can kind of go hand in hand, where one is giving you items that you can.
if
then
I have to
potentially
do bombs all
combine.
like
It's also true. You can
track
the
bombs all
ingredients
over the
of one
place.
in the other, yeah, or the outcome of one as an ingredient in another, yeah.
Cool. We'll talk more about crafting a little bit later on for sure, because there was a lot announced there, which I'm quite excited about. Definitely exceeded my predictions for what you'd be adding in terms of crafting. But firstly, though, just a quick clarification on the league. So there's not going to be a wipe for the new
Okay.
players joining us.
We watch
If
recombiners.
We're playing on a character you can still.
I don't
combine
care to
with a
watch the
character.
rest of the Q&A. I'm
Uh,
just not a Q&A enjoyer. But that is good to know about. I like that idea for you know, recombinators. Aside from the whole expedition thing. But now that we've seen the release or the reveals, I'm gonna go play Path of Exile 2. Because I've mentioned it before on some of my previous runs through the campaign that at some point I wanted to like take my time going through and just like look at all the layouts and try and figure out how to go through a little faster, because these zones are so big and I get lost in them all the time and it takes forever to get through. So that's what we're doing this time. I started a new character off stream and I got to like zone 4 or something. I got to level 8, but we're over leveled because I'm because I am going through each zone so many times. We got to the Red Veil, so we needed to bring the runes to Renly. I've heard it said that the Red Veil has the little rune things, or the little boss things in like a triangle shape. And that is true. However, I kind of realized it's not always like a right triangle or an equilateral triangle or anything like that. It is just a triangle of some sort, so it's actually kind of hard to tell where they are based on that. So I decided we just need to do a lap around the zone rather than think about the triangle thing. Like it can kind of inform our pathing, but not really. Also, I had like a little text file of the things that I wanted to do in each zone, but I don't remember where I saved it. This is a problem. Maybe, yeah, there it is. I found it. So like the thing I've probably the only real zone I spent, or the zone I figured out the most on so far was Grelwood. It's actually because I'd get lost in here all the time too. It's not that complicated of a zone, but I had a hard time figuring it out. And then I realized, turns out the waypoint's the wrong spot. It's always kind of a diamond shape, like no matter what. Because the entrance is sometimes on the west, sometimes in the south, sometimes in the east, but no matter what way it spawns, it's always a diamond shape with Ariadne's hut on one side, right here. So the door is probably like either down here or like up there somewhere. And then the tree is on one side diagonally from that, and then the Grim Tangle is diagonally the other way somewhere. Probably over here. Yeah, there it is. And it would be faster if I was doing this on like an endgame character with 30% move speed boots. But I just want to play a new character, so fuck it. So will this update be a new league, or will we be able to keep our characters? The answer is both in this case. Actually, in every case, you'll be able to keep your characters. It's just the old ones will be in standard, and they won't be able to do the new league shit. But in this case, they are allowing people to play on the new update with existing characters. Here's the Bramble, and then the Red Veil should be right over here.
Storming arrow.
There it is. And so no matter how this spawns, it's always going to be Ariadne's Hut, Moving Bramble, Grim Tangle, and Tree. Like the two optional objectives are opposite each other, the two actual objectives are opposite each other, and you start on the Ariadne's Hut side. But there's still no checkpoint at the damn tree. That's like the biggest problem here. It pisses me off every time. Because I would love to just teleport to that tree right now. I guess I could teleport home and take the waypoint again, and that's a pain. So this kind of thing is the thing I'm looking to figure out while I'm going through this campaign on as many zones as we can possibly figure out. But like I said, Red Veil doesn't really work. It's just a round zone with 3 things in a slightly triangular shape. But it's kind of hard not to be in a triangle shape when you have 3 things spread out across different area, like a big area. So you just got to do a lap. I would like to stab a tree.
He's unconscious.
Yep. You actually have to go talk to him. I didn't really do a bunch of reruns of Clearfell, but that's because I'm pretty sure it's just about the same every time, which is Bear's on the top, Devourer's on the bottom, and then Grellwood is to the right. I've literally never once gotten lost looking for Bear.
Only by the grim. Stay safe if you can.
Speak to Renly? I'm not speaking to Renly for shit. I know what he wants. Oh yeah, if you go by Grim Tangle, it's also good to grab the waypoint so you can just teleport in there. Ooh. That's the wrong way.
If the face. The old magic still thrives. The way's open.
So we'll probably go through here a couple times. I think from previous runs, I was pretty convinced that it usually comes down and you kind of just have to go up and around. But that may not be correct. We'll find out this time. Bro, I'm still like flabbergasted that recombining is locked behind Expedition. How to make a League mechanic mandatory 101. Right now I'm following a max roll leveling guide just because I don't want to think, I'll be honest. When we get to endgame we'll go to Lightning Arrow, but for now it's just that. I'm gonna be too busy thinking about these layout things to think about my build. Oh yeah, I do have move speed on my boots though. That was one important thing for me. Realize I'm missing something. That's better. So I think this is almost certainly not the right way. But it is going pretty far. So that's a dead end for sure. That actually is the right way. Okay. So I was entirely wrong, like I said. Or wrong with what I said at the very beginning, I mean. So that's the case. Where's the mini-boss? Back here. Oh. Chug tester.
Nowhere to run.
Also, I am doing this in solo self-found just so I don't have all the resources that I do on the normal trade league setting. This isn't a character I intend to play super long, so I'm not going to be doing a whole lot of trading anyways, or farming. Like maybe we'll try stuff in endgame just to see if we get that far. But we're going to be restarting next week anyways. Still no sign of the mini-boss. There it is. So if it's something like the mini-boss is always to the left of the entrance and then it has a pathway either up or down that leads to the door, that would be kind of nice. Also, is it possible to run out of this arena after the boss fight starts? Oh, also, I didn't go look at Mudburrow because I don't give two shits about the Devourer. He drops a support gem on his quest. And like, it's not bad to have one of those early on, but I don't think it's worth the time to go that way. I could be wrong, but for me, I don't care. That is also support gem. I meant to look and see if I could walk out of this arena, but I forgot. Cold res. Evasion rating. I also have 2 sockets on there. Alright, so this layout seems to be boss next to the door. Exit a million miles away to the south. Naturally, we go again. Thank God, we don't have to wait for the singing animation again. So we're gonna put that information to use that we gained last time. And we're gonna see if we can run left to the boss. And then see which way the direction goes. Also see if I can run away from the boss, because I don't want to fight it again. In campaign runs in the future, I will, if I can run away, I will probably continue to run away. But if I cannot, I'll probably find the arena and just run around it. Okay, that is a dead end, right? There are definitely some layouts where the exit is to the north, and if this is one of those and I accidentally find it instead of the boss, I'm gonna be a little bummed. Hello, boss. Owie. Owie. I can't leave! Okay. Suppose I could TP home. But why run? What's the point? Yes, teleport to the door so I can walk out faster. Yo, she dropped another support jump. What are those? Alright, so now we're gonna run straight down. As well. We're gonna try to run straight down. And see if we find the boss or the exit this way. I just tried to push 3 for a Quicksilver. Feels bad, man. Would you look at that? I don't think we need to explore the rest of this place. What? Bro, getting the waypoint doesn't activate the checkpoint. This video game sometimes. Let's do it again, though. And see if it holds true a couple times. Grab the checkpoint this time, thank you. So now we're spawned on the bottom side of the map this time. This is kind of the thing I was looking for. There's a little bomb mushroom in the middle of the path there. I wonder if that's an indicator of where the mini-boss is. Follow the giant glowing mushrooms to the giant glowing mushroom summoner. Wouldn't that be nice? Hello? That is not the case. Confirmed. Kinda looks like the boss room, but there's monsters in here. That would not be normal. Where the hell is the boss? Not here. Right there. Thing is, I don't want to fight this boss again. So I guess we'll see if the path is actually up here, because if the boss is right there and there's an exit on the other side, it'll go up. Which would imply to me that we can go up here. I already have a billion of those. But there's also the chance that I found it from the side that's supposed to be the exit side. Because maybe we were supposed to go up here and go around. I think isn't the checkpoint on the exit side every time? Is that what it is? I think it might be. Yeah. It is. So if we find the boss arena and we're on the checkpoint side, we just go the other way. In the future, if I find it from the not exit side, and we see a way to go around, that kind of comes from the start like this one was, I'll probably just teleport back to home, take the waypoint back into this zone, and walk from there rather than backtracking where there is no checkpoint. There it is. Again. On the bottom again. So maybe we go up then.
Thunderous shot.
Last time it worked, where we went up and around to the left and we found the boss. Looks like it works this time too. So as I said, rather than do all that backtracking, and rather than do the boss fight, we found that without the checkpoint, if the checkpoint was on that side, we'd go up again. And down, down, down we go. Probably didn't. Oh, maybe not. Pug? That feels like the wrong way. I'm getting the wrong way kind of vibe off that pathway. looking at, we were right. All right. I think we do it one more time just to be like clear. I kind of want to see if we get another like a massively different layout. This is on the bottom. Well, this actually is on the bottom, and it's from the other side now. So yeah, it is pretty different because the other one we found starting on the bottom with the exit kind of to the right. This one's starting from the bottom with the exit on the left. The other one we were looking at was starting from the top. So where's the boss here? Other layouts, on other layouts, it worked where we go sideways in relation to the entrance to find the boss room. The previous one, it worked. We went down and like up and around behind the waypoint, basically, or behind the exit to find the boss. But that's not gonna work here either. That was a dead end.
Storming arrow.
Keep going sideways. Keep going sideways. Keep going sideways. Is this whole map just sideways and the boss is like over here? We might have to do this a couple more times. Oh no. Is that it? Oh. Joke tester. Oh, we just found the exit. Okay. When you see the coffins, that means you're at the next zone. So where is El Bossarino? This was more backtracking than I planned on. Maybe we should have just gone over here and tried to explore from the end backwards. So maybe I gave up on the going around behind the exit, or behind the entrance a little too soon, because this could have kept going this way. We find the boss room like there, and scoot on this way. So not there. Not there, okay. That was not a bad idea to give up on that then.
Fury.
Hello? Alright, so it's just kind of in the middle of the zone. Not even anywhere near the beginning at this point, but I'm still not walking through that. And actually, this layout disproves what I said in the other one. That the checkpoint is on the exit side. Because this is that's the wrong side. Exit's over here, dude. So there's no way to be certain which side's the entrance, which side's the exit, but you can, I guess you can guess. It's not that hard to figure out, I suppose. Like, the side that's closer to the entrance is probably not the exit, you know? Again. On the top again. Not over there. I suppose trying to find the boss is kind of inefficient though. It's one thing to find Ariadne's hut in Grelwood, because it's like, even if you don't see it right away, it's kind of within a couple steps of the entrance, pretty much no matter what. This zone's a little bit bigger than that. So I guess it's, if you accidentally find the boss, you have kind of an indicator of where the exit is. But if you don't, but you shouldn't be trying to find the boss, I suppose. Like, there's that. Suddenly, we know it's probably, like, down here somewhere, if we can get around. Which may actually be, we have to go up and around here. Because that doesn't look like it goes down and around. There we go. One more time? Unless it's a really funky one. Goal is find exit without finding boss. Seems that may not be likely. Is that it? May not be the boss or the exit. Nope. So last time we had a layout that looked like this, the boss was down here and the exit was right here. But I think it's a little difficult to say this is what the entrance looks like right here. Excuse me. This is what the entrance looks like over here. Therefore, boss is on the bottom, exits on the left. Like, that's not always reliable. A reliable way to look at things, I don't think. But I think it is valuable to know that In Grimtangle. One side of the mini boss points to the entrance. One side points to the exit. If you find the boss, go around and go in the direction the exit faces. Try to avoid finding the boss though. Because sometimes, I think in this layout, I had a pretty good sense, like, once I got here, of where the boss was. I had like an idea that it was one of the ones that's, like, on the, kind of behind the door. Or, like, in the bottom, a little farther away from it. So, I guess the more we run through it, the better sense we'll get for where the boss tends to be based on the layout. And we'll call it good from there. So with that, on to the next zone, I suppose. This one is one of the fastest zones if you get it right, or if you get a good layout. I'm pretty sure his grave is on one side, her grave is on the other side of the waypoint, I guess. But maybe that's not the right way to say that. 'Cause I was hoping one would be here and one would be over there, but I think sometimes it's a little different. This is the fake objective. A little lore room. Maybe this is like Onion in Path of Exile 1, the Onion boss fight. Where you check one spot, and if she's in the spot, the other objective is in the weird spot. And if the regular objective is in the regular spot, Onion is in the regular spot. So, like, if that's up there, maybe there, like, the doors are down here. I don't have an amulet. Let's find out. If they are on that bottom left side, we did not find them. So I think layouts generally have a pretty large amount of variance in their terrain and stuff, but the way things spawn in relation to each other is pretty much always the same, at least as far as I've seen in the Act 1 zones. So I think finding this up here is like a really important thing. Bro, can we stop body blocking with individual enemies, please? Charm. They do exist. Also, still no checkpoint on the damn waypoint. So he's probably way the fuck over here. Not there. Not down there. Mausoleum of the Praetor. Alright. So, Ancient Ruin on the top right. Draven on the top left. Assinia on the bottom right. That is to say, Assinia and Draven in opposite corners. There's Draven. I think sometimes they are next to each other, like I was saying originally. Seems not this time though. But I guess we're here to prove or disprove that statement. Can we get the fake objective somewhere? You know, a rare monster. Give me a mirror, sir. Ow. Rude. If I could have a rare bow, that would actually be kind of nice, wouldn't it? That's not a male bow. Male bow. A rare bow. Those are male sabatons.
Storming arrow.
There's the fake one. Was Assinia like literally right next to him? This would be too close, right?
Wind at my back and prey in my sights.
Did someone say movement speed? Oh, I did. Yeah, they are right next to each other. So in this case, they're all lined up. Ah, yes. We still do not have a checkpoint on the waypoint. I don't know why waypoints can't be used as checkpoints. It's a little less awkward than putting a checkpoint right next to a waypoint and then out of range of each other, so like being on the waypoint doesn't activate the checkpoint, you know? Wait a minute. Draven, when it looked like this, Draven was down here. Assinia was opposite. Draven. A little further down, maybe. So not really opposite this. Oh no, this is the fake one. So maybe this is the one where she's up here. So remember that thing I said about things about objectives spawning similarly in relation to each other? That's all bullshit. Turns out. But then again, if we think about it, when that first run through here, when I found the fake objective here, Draven there, and Assinia here, this does look kind of similar. It's just they're in different spots. So again, please.
Quickly! My family has been abducted!
Draven appears to not be on this side this time. Just kidding. He's just a little further out of the corner. But this is kind of where Assinia was that one time where she was right next to Draven. The fake objective was over here. So it's Draven, Assinia, fake. Fake? She gonna be right next to the door?
Storm point.
Opposite side again. Before we go again, I need to use the restroom. It's about time to stretch anyways. So we're gonna do that. But appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are and you're not already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch. The like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. I will be back in like 5 to 10 minutes and we'll keep trying to figure out this damn cemetery. Yeah.
family has been abducted!
Thunderous shot! Take this! Thunderous shot! The Praetor's wife must be in here somewhere. Thunderous shot! Fury!
Will never leave this place. Insolence! Just die already! How dare you disturb me! Insolence! My love, I call to you! Of the full moon. So, prison of bone. Now, my love, I call to you. Right of the full moon. I need you.
I answer your call.
I am muted. Thank you. Yo, what's up, Iron Rhino? What's up? I don't know why I said what's up twice. How you doing? Also, what's up, Mr. Spuds? News on the reveal is Huntress, new class, with Ritualist and Amazon Ascendancies. Blacksmith, no, Warrior gets Blacksmith. There was 2 other classes. One was Tactician for for Mercenary, and Lich for the Witch. Lich is like a, was it chaos damage plus minions kind of stuff? Tactician is like party-based support type stuff. A little bit of that and a little bit of stuff that could work solo. Get the hell out of here. Blacksmith, you can literally whip out an anvil and smack the shit out of your weapon and make it explode stuff. I thought that was kind of funny. Ritualist looks really cool, but it does probably the biggest thing it does that I thought was the most interesting was you get a 3rd ring slot. And you can also like eat rare enemies to steal their modifiers, which I thought was really cool. I definitely should have taken the other side first. What else? Amazon, I don't really remember what the skills were. But either way, the classes look cool. A lot of stuff is changing in the endgame, or getting added to the endgame, mostly like unique maps. Some of them look pretty neat. One of them is like Calandra themed. One of them is like a giant essence encounter. The beyond mechanic can now spawn beyond bosses. That's like the new like progression quest on the Atlas is running around killing beyond bosses. A bunch of new crafting stuff, which looks very exciting, including fractured orbs and juiced up essences. Nothing about new campaign acts yet, but there are some new zones getting added to maps that look like they'll probably end up being in whatever future acts we get as like areas to have story events in. They're adding recombinators. This was probably the biggest thing was they're adding recombinators to Path of Exile 2, but they're locking it behind Expedition. So to recombinate, you need stuff you get from Expedition, which means you basically have to do Expedition. There's no like, I don't like Expedition, so I'm not going to do it because I don't care about the crafting shit. Nope, not anymore. Especially because they are reworking how recombinators function, in that they don't like randomly like pick and choose mods into a brand new item. It's you put 2 items into it, you pick which modifiers you want from each item, and the more modifiers you pick, the less likely you are to succeed. And if you succeed, both items fail and you don't get a new one. If you succeed, I'm sorry, I misspoke. If you fail, both items disappear and you don't get anything out of it. If you succeed, you get the new item with the mods you pick. But if you try and pick like 6 mods between the 2 items, it's like practically guaranteed to fail. So that's kind of what they're going for. Other than that, they're adding a mechanic that's kind of like Torment with the ghosts and shit from Path of Exile 1. There's just a lot. a lot of different things. I don't know how different it's going to make the game feel overall, but it will be good to be finding more different things the further we go. But where is this boss lady?
Thunderous shot.
Was it here? And I just walked right past it. Looks like it. So the last layout we did was kind of like a big... still kind of like a big rectangle, just at a funky angle. So it looked kind of like... corners all over the place. Right now, the purpose, for anyone just joining in, right now the purpose of what we're doing is to figure out how we can get through these zones faster. So basically, we're just running through each zone a bunch of times, looking at as much of the layout as we need to try and figure out how to avoid getting lost and what kinds of things we can look for to, like, inform us of which way to go. Cemetery, the previous zone, it's kind of a pain in the ass, turns out. It's pretty random and difficult to tell where exactly everything is. This zone looks a little simpler. It's pretty much just run as far from the entrance as you can, as far as I can tell. So a lot of the times it's kind of a big old rectangle. And she's just at the far end of it. And if that proves true once again on this layout, we'll probably say we're good on this zone and go look for Draven. Haunted treasure. Still going directly away from the entrance as well as we can. Lo and behold, there we are. It just happens to be a rather large zone. Well, let's do one more time just for good measure. To be real certain, this looks like just about the same layout. We'll see how different it looks. Despite the, we'll see if it looks any different, even if the entrances look the same. Like, maybe Haunted Treasure will still be in the same spot, maybe it won't. Who knows? That is not Haunted Treasure. That kind of looks almost like the boss room, but not really. Is this Haunted Treasure? Nope. So if we get through this and we see the boss in the same spot, we can pretty much say the location of Haunted Treasure has no real bearing on where the boss is.
Return to death.
There's old boss lady. So we did kind of get some offshoots. But they were pretty short dead ends, all things considered. And yeah, we still got here pretty damn directly. Like, if we'd gone over here, we probably would have gone around and then back this way, because there's not really any other connector to this room. So yeah. In our summary for Cemetery of the Eternals, I wanted to write, when you find the first tomb, go in, grab the waypoint, go back out, and find the second one. The tomb boss. How do you redeem the Executioner's finisher? You go to Twitch. You go to drops and rewards, and there should be a claim button right there. And normally doing that would just put it, would just give it to you. I went looking for my Executioner finisher just a couple minutes ago, like 20 minutes ago, and it was not there anywhere that I could find. So my assumption is they just haven't like figured out the mechanism to actually give it to people yet, or they haven't like properly deployed it. But it should be there properly or soon. For Tomb of the Consort, Sinia's tomb. Room is a big rectangle. Boss, oh, hello? Can you leave me alone, sir? Oh, yeah, no problem. Boss is in the opposite side. On the opposite side. Maybe that's not the right way to say it. Boss is as far from the entrance as possible. Always run whichever way takes you furthest away from the entrance. Alright. So that's Asinia's tomb. Time for Draven's. Actually, you know what? Let's go out through this door and run around the Cemetery of the Eternals again if it's respawned by now. It probably has. So where are we? Where's Draven? I really don't like this song now. I wish it was a little more deterministic. Maybe that's not the right way to say it. I wish it was a little less random. Because sometimes you get through here in 0.2 seconds flat. Like you find both objectives in no time at all. Other times you have to explore the whole damn zone to find both. Not here, maybe the other side of the entrance.
Quickly! My family has been abducted!
I'll take my time, Lachlan. Don't you worry. Alright, Draven. That's even your real name.
Time to seek out this.
Even watching you move around makes me feel frustrated at the slow walking speed. Yeah. Going from that other build to this is pretty difficult. But I'm very specifically trying to not be in a hurry. After all, we have today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Thursday of next week to get through the campaign with this. And then hopefully, by the time Friday rolls around, I'll have a pretty good understanding of how to get through the campaign relatively quickly. But really, we're only gonna have to get through Acts 1 through 3 like this, I think, the first time. And then the second time we can just put our knowledge to the test, you know? So we'll see how it goes. This is my first time playing PoE2? No. This is my fourth or fifth character. But I have a lot of zones that I get stuck in and have to explore like the entire thing before I find all the stuff that I need, and it's very annoying. So if I can find ways to like little tricks to get through shit faster, kind of like there are in PoE1, then I would like to apply them. But how are you doing, Mango? Did you watch the reveal? We do have to fight Draven here.
You will have eternity to regret your intrusion here. Rend your soul. These spirits are mine. Rend your soul.
Ow. Rude.
Your meaningless life ends, Sinia. Join me. Your soul is mine.
Wait for at least one more big content patch. I think that's fair. There's a lot of interesting stuff. I kind of agree with that assessment. There's some interesting stuff, but like I said earlier, I'm not certain how much it's going to make the feel of the game change overall. This man is beating the wheels off me, dude. Fire quiver. I think I'm good on that. 24 life. Maybe better than rarity, maybe not. Rarity do be kind of helpful. But that's Draven dead. But we still need to figure out the trick here. I think I end up getting lost more on Draven's tomb than I do on Asinia's, which makes sense because her layout's actually really simple. Draven, you do have to kind of... I'm pretty sure you almost always have to like spiral around an area like this to get to his boss room. So I guess the goal would be to identify which area is the start of the spiral and which is just another dead end. pretty sure the spawn point of Forgotten Riches really has no bearing on where the boss spawns. If it's anything like Ksenia's was. And which would also be anything like the lore room in the cemetery. So that also seems to go wherever the hell it wants, and the tombs seem to go wherever the hell they want to. Which is quite the opposite of how things work in, like, the Grellwood. Where it's, like, always Ariadne's door at the front, and then, like, off diagonally to the left and right or whatever, or top and bottom, or however it spawns. It's always both of the objectives you care about, followed by the moving bramble gas, I think it's called. Like on the opposite side of the zone from Ariadne. It seems there's nothing like that here, which is a little annoying. Or at least in this section of Act 1. So it's a big square. I guess that counts as a rectangle. Raven's just taking up one whole corner of it. So I guess what we could do is we could run to the center and look for where we see like a totally walled off area like that. I imagine his boss room has that same texture on the walls. I hope. They don't really change the boss room from layout to layout, right? Forgotten Riches is right there again.
Fury!
Draven may actually be easier than Ksenia if we can do this strat I just mentioned, looking for that wall. That is not it. That looks like the boss room. So we're gonna have to go all the way up here. And around.
Nowhere to run.
Bro, why do the checkpoints not auto-activate when you're standing on the waypoint? That will never not annoy the shit out of me. So like I said earlier, the spot with Forgotten Riches really didn't seem to matter because we had it in basically the same time, and basically the same spot both of the first two times we ran this place, and Draven was in different corners both times. So it looks like we're on the left side, meaning center would be off to the right. We gotta find the center and see where we can find the walled off area. Draven's decorations everywhere. This is a rather unpleasant pack. Ah. I recognize those ridges anywhere. People able to speedrun PoE 2 campaign close to PoE 1 times? It's not that far off, yeah. Actually, I don't remember. I think I heard Ziz went through the campaign in 4.5 hours with like 2 div worth of gear, like startup gear. League start, it's probably not as fast, but I don't remember what the times were from the races. This might be wrong. Okay, yeah, the entrance to Draven's boss room is probably not ever directly in front of the door, so we should have gone down around this way. 4.5 is faster than you thought it'd be. Yeah, same. And again, it's like probably with a couple leveling uniques and like Bougie has weapons for a low level character, but still, it's like the zones are huge, and just running through them is time consuming already. Can we? God bless the pause button. PoE2 race times. Path of Exile 2 Act 3 boss kill, race 1 recap. The very first race to finish Act 3 was the winner got there in 2.5 hours. With Warrior of all things. And he beat the next person by nearly an hour. Turns out Ziggy's channel is where those are. I'll have to look at those later. I think the times got better as, like, with each race.
Storming arrow.
But that's just to go through Act 3. So not cruel. So still, like, for a fast person, getting through Act 3 in 4 hours is still pretty good from a league start scenario. But I suspect the cruel acts probably wouldn't take that long, even in that kind of situation. Like probably another 1.5 to 2 hours, even if you take 4 hours getting there the first time. I think we're on the top side? Question mark. I was making a video about how items work, like just the terminology and what kinds of things you can do on which items, for like very beginners. And I realized, it took me until I made that video to realize that all armor bases have the same like noun for their name. Like all armor bases are mitts. All evasion bases are racers. And I think it's the same for other armor types as well. Or maybe not. I didn't look at them, but gloves for sure. It's always like that. I thought that was crazy. You can tell just by looking at the name, without having to like memorize the whole list of names, you know. Sir, I'm begging, please die. A ruby ring. And we still get mana. Bro, another one? You know. For now, they'll probably have more base types later. I mean, they probably will, but I suspect they'll stick with the same naming convention. So there's the boss room. We just have to find which side it's on, and I suppose it's this one, because it doesn't connect over here. I doubt they would make the entrance way the hell over here.
Fury.
It's a very deliberate resignation to my fate of being slow as shit. This is how I manage it. Let's do one more. It's kind of like how if you're like out in the cold and you're really upset about how cold you are, it makes it worse somehow than if you're just like, okay, I'm just going to be cold. It's fine. Mentally speaking, it just makes it a little better. I don't think it's over here. Another way you could look at it is we're just stalling for content because we have this stream, two more streams this week, and then Thursday's stream before we get the actual shit we're waiting for. So really, I'm just stalling, so I don't have to play something else. This kind of happens to be in the center a lot of the time. I don't know how accurate that is, but it sure looks like it. Which means Draven, double check right here. No, that ain't it. Probably in one of these two corners. Oh no, wait, that kind of looks like a little suspicious, doesn't it? Leave me alone! Another thing is, I'm more used to playing slow builds than I am fast builds, so... That Oshabi build was the fastest build I've played in probably 6 years. Not 6 years, 4 years. Maybe 3. Oh, we didn't even have to, like, loop around here. Interesting. Oops. So there may be some times where you don't have to spiral around, but I think just the general idea of running to the center and looking for the walls is totally reasonable. Oh, may as well do that since we're there. Cemetery, not cemetery, mausoleum of the Praetor. I.e. Draven's tomb. We are... Zone is a big square. Draven is in one corner. The entrance is usually pretty obscure. Run to the center of the zone. Look for terrain. Looks like his boss room. And follow the edges of it till you find the entrance. That's that. Now then. Mr. Lachlan, if that's even your real name. What?
Family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family.
Man, we still have so much more to do in Act 1. We got Probel, we got King of the Mists, we got Renly's hut, Una's house, Guillotine Man, And then like 2 zones to go after all that before we get old Wolf Boy McGee. Owie. I mean, a single target is better than I expected with this bow. I just can't dodge anything. That's all. Yeet.
I knew something wasn't right. I suppose this was a mercy.
You haven't got 15%? No. Oh, wow. Just wear it. Heck it did. Sure, why not?
It seems something has tainted the bounty of Ogham.
The nice thing is, doing this for Acts 1 through 3 right now means by the time Acts 4 through 6 get added, we'll have all this information, and when those 3 get added, we'll only have to do those 3. Like, we won't have to go through the entire 6 acts to really gather all this information. I think that's a nice way to split things up. But the entrance, as far as I know, the entrance to the next zone is like pretty much always on the far west side. And Crowbell is either like in the top corner, this corner. Is he ever in the bottom corner? Don't know. But I don't know where the entrance to the little twig village is relative to Crowbell. I think a lot of the times it's just on the bottom side. That might be why Crowbell isn't on the bottom side. So maybe Crowbell's the only thing that can really move here? That'd be nice. I always feel a little bad when he starts crying. He's just a dude. Just a little guy. Aren't you supposed to grab the bell, sir? Oh, that's the third phase. Everywhere I look, I see Monster Hunter these days. 'Cause that's all I can think about with these whole arena changes. With the beat-up monster getting more and more sad and shit. Damn toxic. Alright. Get those now. Honestly, Vile Wounds may have been the big difference in our damage that we just noticed. Because I didn't think our damage went up that high based off the weapon. Like, I was a little disappointed at how low our damage still felt, but it's right here? I've literally never seen this in my life. Good thing we checked. We're gonna grab the waypoint here.
What's this feeling? It's as though the trees themselves are watching me.
Alright. That's a new one.
Storming arrow.
I really need a better life flask. Sounds good to me, boss. Well, I mean, that's all of the things. I'm also gonna go through this door and grab this waypoint. And then we're gonna keep exploring, you know, the previous zone, whatever it's called. Hunting grounds. Yoink. So I guess priority 1 is finding Crowbell. Because there's a non-zero chance the entrance to Freythorn is just directly next to Crowbell. So I wonder if that's only while Crowbell's in the top. So if you find Crowbell in the top and you don't find Freythorn in the same spot, you have to go straight to the bottom. I suspect it'll be something like that. Oh hey, the Dryad ritual, I forgot about that. I have no desire to do it though. Don't really care, I think it's just some gear. Like a support gem or something. There are rituals here. I have no real desire to do the ritual. The only reason we're going to do rituals in Freythorn is because we have to do that objective and get our first bit of spirit. Bro, damn your nose. So that's about what the entire zone looks like. I don't know why I bothered doing this when we have all of the objectives in sight already. But it's not a bad idea to have a general idea of the shape. Once again, it is also kind of fuck huge. But when we are done here, we have all the waypoints to everywhere else, so we don't need to run to them. But I guess we'll check topside again. See what happens when we do things that way. That might just be the default way to go here. Because I'm pretty sure there's always one objective here. Considering how many there are in this map. There's only so many corners to shove things in, right? And if it's not Crowbell, it's like Dryad Ritual, but kind of close to the door. to the next zone, the farmlands. So there's Crowbell again. Is Freythorn up here once again? Sure is. So we're gonna go look for the farmlands. Dryad Ritual is up here this time. So you can have all three up here then. Interesting. So maybe if Freythorn's on the bottom. Like we don't see Freythorn when we find Crowbell up there. We just run straight down rather than running around all the way to farmlands. But then again, we're still gonna need farmlands no matter what. No matter what. So maybe the play is we just go top every time, and whatever we find, we just do a whole lap until we find Freythorn, Crowbell, and farmlands. So I do wonder if Freythorn can spawn at the top when the Crowbell is not there. Crowbell top again. Looks like no Freythorn. At least if it is here, it's not in the exact same spot as before. Freythorn is where I would have expected farmlands to be. So yeah, that kind of solidifies my belief that we should just do this every time. Because originally I was thinking, I was kind of kicking myself for not just finding this up there and then running straight down and then going up. Under the assumption that Freythorn would be on the bottom end. So I think this is just what we have to do each time here. That'll probably be good enough. This zone has never really given me that much trouble anyways. So Freythorn then. Ah, hell yeah, thank you for subbing. Been watching your videos, deserve way more recognition. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. If you keep putting out awesome content, you'll surpass. I'll do my best. I'm glad to hear you feel that way. Hope you keep enjoying what I'm making, because I don't intend to stop anytime soon. Also, today I learned my Stream Elements bot does still work on YouTube somehow, which it did not work last time I tried to do anything with it, so. Thanks for that information too. Hell yeah. What are we doing here? Where'd my tree go? That is the lightning arrow tree. We're continuing off to harness the elements and escape velocity. We'll go escape velocity first because movement speed is like everything. Where the hell was it? Right there. Sounds good to me, boss. So, Freythorn. Wait a minute, I did not write down anything. First of all, close that. There. There. Act 1, layout summaries. Here's what we're looking at. This is just a little text thing we're keeping track of. Or we're working on to keep track of all this information. I was doing step-by-step stuff for the first couple, but I realized we didn't really need to do that after like the second zone. Anyways, hunting grounds. Was it go to the top? Run up around the entrance and keep going around the zone till you find Robel, Wraithorn, and Ogam Farmlands. That's what it's called. Grab waypoints in both Freythorn and Farmlands. We'll use the full government name just for clarity's sake. We're moving on to either one. Seems good to me, boss. We actually have so much more room for activities here than I thought. Incredible.
That voice. Why do I feel like I've heard it before?
One of these days I do want to make a video about like which quests you need to do and which quests you can skip. But I also wonder if I should bother doing that before they put out Act 6. Well, 4, 5, and 6. I also wonder if I should just do act by act, like different videos. But there's really, like, a video of one act's quest would be like a minute long. Because I could just say, do Crowbell, do Beira, do Freythorn, and then do, what is it? Is there another one? Yeah, the Candleman in the final zone. Like, is that really enough to justify a single video? Maybe, maybe not. But then again, if I do all three, it may be like a 10-minute long video, which kind of goes against my whole thing of doing very quick videos. I gotta think about it some more. Part of the reason I don't want to do it before they put in Act 6 is because if I were to make a video about which quest to do right now, specifically for Act 1, I would have to say, do Freythorn, the first time around, and then don't do Freythorn when you get to Act 1 Cruel. And Act 1 Cruel is not going to be in this video game for like a very large portion of the lifespan of the game. So basically 5 years from now, if someone sees that guide and says, here's me say, what the hell, say Act 1 Cruel, they're going to be like, what the hell is Act 1 Cruel? And that just kind of dates the video, you know? That's my main reason for wanting to wait. We are trying to work our way to Electrocuting Arrow and Freezing Salvo. Those, I think the guide says, are good for single target. But really the goal is Gas Arrow plus Flame Wall. I don't think we care about Stormcaller Arrow. This is working out just fine enough on its own. This place, actually, I have had it bug, and it did not spawn the final altar. I was pretty pissed about that, because I had to redo the whole damn thing. So every time I come here, I get a little nervous that it's not going to spawn everything properly. Riveted mitts. Those are armor gloves.
Thunderous shot.
This is the third one. This entire platform did not spawn. Seems I have to do 3, and that's actually the 4th one. Okay. I'll be back.
Storming arrow.
This zone is fuck huge. I need one of those. I wonder if, well, I was about to say, I wonder if they'll ever let players use that skill the cultists use that summons all those chaos plants. Then I just remembered, what was it? Toxic Rain is a thing, at least in PoE 2, PoE 1, I mean. Is it a thing here? Toxic Growth. That might be kind of similar. Anywho, let's do the damn thing, shall we? That one's stuck. Who needs mana anyways? Let's go do this and then we'll finish exploring the rest of the map. We'll get our quest reward here and then we're free to explore. We don't have to do any more rituals. Hello, Mr. Act 1 boss, King in the Mists. If you see red, don't move. If you see purple, don't stop moving. It's like red light, purple light. Doesn't quite have the same ring as red light, green light, but it's the same thing. Nuh-uh. That's toxic. You can still move a little with the red thing. It's just, don't keep doing it. It's not good for you. Bro, can I get the purple one, please? Yep. 3 dashes is too many. 2 is fine though. But it was either that or get blasted by like 3 different explosions, so it worked out. Another ruby ring. Man is like the physical manifestation of the game, which I have just lost. Wow, I don't care about any of that. Thanks, buddy. What are we going for here? Flame wall, gas arrow, shield charge. Wait, shield charge? On a weapon swap, I guess? Seems kind of annoying. Herald of Thunder. And then Herald of Ash. "25 strength. That's a lot.
Nature's fury.
Now then. Clear should be a little better with that. So is there any rhyme or reason in this place? I kind of wonder if I should even bother looking here. Because you kind of are just going to have to explore it, I think. As far as I know, those ritual spots are pretty spread out.
At least he's honest about being a liar.
So, thank you.
Could be think there's supposed to be a checkpoint right there, because I think we did a ritual on that side. Actually, no. This is one, that's one, that's one. This is one. But I think pretty much always the boss room is in the very bottom. But I don't know if it'll spawn. If we go again now that we've done that. Let's find out, shall we? So last time the rituals actually weren't that far apart from each other. You could technically say they were in a triangle shape, but that's again because there's only 3 points and there are straight lines between each of them, so that's kind of always going to be a triangle shape. Question is, how close to each other are they? Justice Slicer, the Slicer of Justice. Justice's Slicer. Armored and energy shield aura. Good thing we have lightning damage. Hello? Teleport away from all my arrows, why don't you? Probably better than a, that's even more better. Probably better than a lazuli ring. A lazuli, whatever it is. Stone Charm is anti-stun. Might be a little more exciting than Elemental Res. Although, Cold Res is kind of an attractive idea. But getting stunned also sucks. But so does getting frozen. Do a little bit of int. Could probably do a little bit of strength too. Just to make sure we can equip Herald Ash later on. So it was not up there at all. Or there were no other rituals up there. There was one like right there, I think. Oh no, it was down here. Okay. Don't feel like using a Regal on that. So they're actually really not that far from each other. Meaning if we could probably assume that if we run a certain direction for long enough and we don't find anything, and we don't find like a ritual, then we're probably going the wrong way. It's a huge upgrade. huge. Only way it would be nicer is if we had sockets. But I don't even have the reforge table, not the reforge, the salvage bench yet. So I can't really build that kind of thing up. Don't think I really have a whole lot I want to put on this. Therefore, I won't worry about it right now. Why think today when I can think never? I think Boss Man may actually be down here. But if Boss Man doesn't spawn when I've already done the boss, then we made a horrible mistake by doing it right away. Oh, that's right. And also, I was wrong. Boss Man does spawn if I've done Boss Man, so that's good. Saves us some guesswork. I guess it was worthwhile to do this zone multiple times. Yep. We go again. The checkpoint's probably right there, damn it. Going home. I don't think I've gotten any exalted orbs yet. Man, I had so much to say. I really should not be wearing that charm. Let's wear this one instead. Because we already have 21 fire res. Fraythorn. Again. The goal will be find all 3 rituals and the boss without exploring this whole damn zone. Also, can that checkpoint please just active? Please. Please, I'm begging. The suspicion I'm starting to build up is that the rituals are never actually that far away from each other. So if you're exploring this whole zone without finding rituals and you've already found 1 or 2, then you're probably going the wrong direction. And I think Boss Man is quite often at the very bottom of the map. Which would imply to me that the rituals are often at the bottom of the map as well. Maybe not at the very bottom, but like in the area. Because they can still spawn away from each other, just not like zone, like corners, like opposite corners of the zone, really. But this map, this layout may be challenging that assumption. There's not a whole lot of bottom of the map left. There's one. Is it the comeback? Hello. Rip. I mean, 5 damage is not bad, like even in small amounts on a early bow, especially because this has a socket on it, we can get even more. That has only 3 and 6 extra physical damage, so yeah, that kind of does outweigh it. Is this Big Boss Man? Sure is. So, not really at the bottom. Still kind of in the bottom, but like, not quite the same. So, we'll explore on the top side and then go like in this area. And then if we find the thing, we'll go down. If there is any more down. There's one. So what about down here? Another bow base? Even better. Alright. Straight upgrade. I mean, we're missing the elemental with attacks, but a lot of flat fizz. So not there. Not over here. So maybe they're farther than I expected. Man, this is a toxic ass layout. There it is. So part of me wants to say this one's here because it spawned near the beginning, and those two are over there because they spawned near the end. But it really could just be that they spawned in random spots around this layout. Around the zone, I mean. And it just so happened to look like this. And the previous couple times just so happened to look the way they did. Which means we need to keep running this a couple more times before we really settle on what this on how this zone works. So if we go with the idea that some could spawn towards the beginning, some could spawn towards the end, but they're all in that area, then we should check the area around the beginning pretty thoroughly. And then go looking for the end. But that kind of starts to... The more kinds of things we do like that, the more it sounds like we're just full clearing the map. That is simply the door. But maybe to a point it's going to be unavoidable to get to that point in this zone. Like sometimes it just be like that. And thankfully we don't even have to set foot in here in Act 1 Cruel. So it's just a one and done. Hello? A rare? Warden bow. with 2 sockets. Also, I didn't realize it had an implicit. So and somehow it has an implicit and it's higher base damage than the other ones, right? Yeah. Ah, yeah. And +1 to all projectile. What a bow. That's a bow right there.
Shocking.
We're gonna want to put lightning runes in there if we can. I don't know if I have any though. We'll do that after I check this layout. Oh, yeah. Here's one. Again, there's not a whole lot of bottom of this zone remaining for there to... for the King of the Mists to be there. So that may have been an incorrect statement. Maybe he just spawns there often. Number 2. Boots are evasion rating. Fire res and move speed? Nope. And here's the other one, actually directly on top of each other. Sick. I think the more proper statement for where the King of the Mist spawns is that he's always on the edge of the map because his zone is so big. There's not really room in here for his arena because there's like a bunch of branches and bridges and little icky pathways that lead to dead ends. So I'm gonna go grab some runes for my bow, and then I think we'll do this place one more time. Just to see if we can get a layout that has them like completely split up. And if it doesn't, we'll operate under the assumption that it won't. I have 0 lightning runes. So fire it is for now. Yeah, we wanted to keep that bow, but I think the rest of them we can get rid of when we get the salvage bench. Oh no, we can disenchant them, that's what it is. That's why I was holding these things. I thought I needed the salvage bench to do that, but I don't. I need salvage bench for that one. And this one. This one we keep. Suppose I don't actually have to do that because we're not really planning on doing anything in Solo Self-Found after this. Like when the new update comes out. But I'd like to get in the habit of keeping things for future characters.
I don't know how to... It's in my...
That helmet's not bad either, so we'll put that there too. The runes. Yes. Wraithorn one more once. Will you prove or disprove my statements, video game? Or now one-tapping things. Fantastic. Even after piercing. Or arcing or whatever. Chaining, that's the word. That's the verb I'm looking for. There's one. And two. I suppose one way to prevent the rituals from being in a triangle is for them to be in a line. That would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? Big boss man. I kind of feel like the further we go this way, the less likely I am to find it. Wouldn't you know it? I was kind of right. It was not over here. Must be annoying as fuck to walk through this town, by the way. I would be tripping on these sticks, like, all the time. 3-shot that rare. This is a good bow. Watch it be like right next to the entrance again. That would be exactly what happened the last time they were split up like this, two and one. That is a dead end. I mean, kind of. But that is still kind of not terribly far from the rest of them, so I don't know. I don't really want to run this zone again, though. I hate this place. So we'll say, what is it? Wraithorn. Stick to the outsides of the map. Ritual boss is often on the bottom. Rituals are usually quite close to each other. If you only find two, only find 2 rituals. Next to each other. Go back around the starting area. That's as well as I can summarize this place, I think. So now then, it is time for the farmlands. After the farmlands is the village, which is old Executioner Man. Then the outside of the castle, and then the inside of the castle with Candleman. But between here and Executioner Man, it's what? Renly's house and Una's house. Which this Ogum Farmlands has real potential to waste a lot of time. I've had it screw me over quite a few times. But one of the ways it screws me over, it has screwed me over in the past, is that Una's house can be over here, like directly next to the start. Which it seems like it may not have been this time. Maybe.
The wilds are my weapon.
Grab some dexterity. Also, what the hell is going on here? 2 seconds. All right. Nothing terrible has befallen anyone. That's great. Hello? Houses. It's usually a good sign. Oh no, I think the one that messes me up more is Renly's house. Because that zone is huge. This zone is huge, but I think a lot of the times it's kind of... Una's house is kind of near the start. Maybe I shouldn't have run away from the houses just now. Because hers is probably one of them. And then again, maybe not. A loot box in my Path of Exile too?
A waste of wood, if you ask me.
Gamba gamba.
Songbird seems attached to it. Thunderous shot!
I think one of the things that gets me here is sometimes I expect the ending to like be right in front of me. Like I get to a certain point in the zone, I'm like, okay, we're at the door. And then we're not at the door. There's just a whole nother like group of farmlands, and then we go through that one, I'm like, okay, we're at the door. Then there's another group of farmlands. And you just kind of have to keep trucking your way through them till you finally get to the end. Like so. Oh, crop circle. I don't really care about the crop circle. What I care about is finding as many different areas where Una's house can spawn as possible. The more we know about that particular spawn point, the faster we can move on. This was probably a mistake. We probably should have just kept going that way. It'll all end up in the same spot anyways. So yeah, this zone is pretty straightforward. Get from one end of the rectangle to the other, but find where Una's house is inside of it. We'll give it a couple more runs, see what's what. I think every time I'm pretty much just gonna check this entire front section. Because if it is here and I miss it, I'm gonna be a little annoyed. But if we run through here like 4 or 5 times and we don't see it on this area, then I guess that kind of rules that out. Because I may be misremembering this zone for the next zone with Renly's house. Like Una's house may actually just either be directly in the front here or like off on the top side where we're going now. Didn't really seem like there'd be houses there, so we're gonna take a risk and not check all that. Yeah, I guess the play is just find where the houses are, and hers is probably not too far beyond that. Is it something we can say with confidence is directly in front? Seems maybe not. Oh, maybe. We just have to go around a wall. I don't think I've ever seen the end of this zone look any different than it did last time. So we're just gonna find Una's house and reset. Can't forget the waypoint or the checkpoint. Let's be brave and not check the front, shall we? Go either up or forward. So I'm like 90% certain it can be over here too. But if it's in the exact center again, same way it was the last 2 times, and then we do it one more time and it's in the center a 4th time, I'm just gonna say it's pretty much always there. That's probably enough evidence. There it is, we didn't even have to go through a wall that time, but it is straightforward. Yep. Not in the middle of a field somewhere, which I thought was a possible spot for it, genuinely. We're not even gonna check the first house. Fuck it. Because it's probably over here.
No mercy.
But wouldn't you know it? I'm a damn fool. I walked up to that door, and I did not go through it to grab the waypoint. I should have. Now we get to run through this whole zone again. But I guess that's kind of par for the course of what we've been doing, isn't it? We're just power leveling, dude. Grinding some gear out, you know? Surely this isn't the end already. Oh, damn, it is. Okay. It's an interesting layout. But ultimately unconfusing. It was different than the usual ending, but it still looked exactly the same, and it was just as straightforward as running to the end as far as you can go. So the summary here would be run straight down the middle until you either find a dead end or Una's house. If you find a dead end, go around it and keep going straight down the middle until you find Una's house. After that, you just keep going directly away from the entrance as far as you can. You know, until you find the exit. Now this place.
Justice now raises Ogham to the ground. This must end.
This is the real hellhole. The nice thing about this place is that you don't have to do it on every character. You simply have to do it once. Hello? Yep. Is that the quest item? You have to do it once per league. Once you have the reforging bench unlocked, not reforging, the salvage bench unlocked, in a league, you don't have to re-unlock it on different characters. However, doing this on League Start is a pain in the ass, so we still want to know where it could be. Because the salvage bench is very useful. So we definitely want to get it as early as possible. I still don't know what was making those drop noises. I think the exit is usually kind of like far left or like up left a little bit. I think it was the quest item. Yeah. If we go far enough and go back, it'll probably make the noise again, right? maybe not, now that we saw it. Ah well. Say, if we had just kept going straight down this wall on the very outside, we would have found it a lot sooner than checking here, backtracking, checking here, going down, and then backtracking that way. So if it's always on the outside wall like that, that'd be very nice, but I suspect it's not that easy. I think the proper way to do it may be to check that outside wall and then like kind of zigzag your way through the center, because the boss man's gonna be like I said, kind of on the upper left side. Before we do this boss man, I'm gonna go turn in our quests, salvage bench, and skill points. Skill points from Una.
I'll pass on the song, but that ought to get her off my
This hooded I heard you found my...
Sure did. Thanks for the salvage bench, buddy. Fuck. If I need strength later, I'll change those. But now we're 2 away from 3% more move speed. Huge. Alright, Mr. Executioner, if that's even your real name. We'll kill this man. Go through the door. Grab the waypoint and come back and do our usual science. Executioner is a lot easier if you drag him all the way from the front. Oh, to the back. Because most of the time, his little plebs don't aggro if you're way the hell over here. This is a bananas bow, by the way. Yeet. Not even difficult. Only problem is all the stuff he spawns is still here. And what makes it worse is none of them give XP. They are all useless, both to me and to the Executioner. Yo, sorry about your, your dude. Okay, bye. Rock and stone. Ogham Village. Go game. Did I not? Thank you. So we're following the same idea we mentioned earlier of following this damn wall until we either do or do not find the objective. There's not a whole lot more wall to follow on this edge, is there? Seems not. Essence. Wow. Essence. Wow. Yeah, I think this is probably the way to do it. That was relatively simple, more than just like running down the center of the map and then like zigzagging back and forth the entire time. Checking this wall, which this is looking really similar to the first time through, so we may actually just find it here. Yep. Literally 0 time at all. I've had times, like, the first few times I came through here, I definitely, like, did exactly running towards the boss and, like, wandering my way through the little pathways, trying to find Renly's house, and it just never worked. So this is a massive improvement from that. Seems like it's pretty much always going to end like that, maybe? I hope. This Renly's house? No.
Storming arrow.
I didn't miss it over here, did I? I think there's no way it's on the top side, right? I don't think I've ever seen it up there. If I'm wrong and it is up there, we're definitely gonna remember this shit because it's taking forever.
Fury.
wonder if it's always in the first half. Nope. Not at all. So I guess if we kind of run into this shape here and we don't see it on the wall and we zigzag a bit and we still don't see it, then we should just go check at the top. Are there any other places for it to spawn? Only one way to find out, and that's do it again. Getting it on this wall, though, is like simply the best. Which it looks like, yep, this is that one again. Maybe there's only 3 spots for it to spawn. This is kind of looking like not the one where it's on the wall. So the question is it the low one or is it the high one? Nope, it is the wall one again. This is why you can't trust these things. They're too random. So I guess maybe it's not lucky if you get it on the wall. It's unlucky if you don't get it on the wall, because I don't know, well, what? 3 out of 5 are on that wall, but I guess it could just be random chance. Being random chance. The old random walk doing its thing. Surely this time it's different, right? I've not seen Count's Decree this close to the entrance before. I was like about to say maybe if we see Count's Decree on the bottom before we get to like the very end, we assume that Renly's house is on the top. But I didn't want to believe that. And it was a good thing I didn't, because this was right here, right next to Count's Decree. So Count's Decree, not a good sign of where things are. I just want to get one where it's like on the top side again so I can have another look at what the layout is like. And try and figure out like where's a good time to say, okay, it's in the top. And I was getting to that point in that previous layout, but we found it like right as I was getting ready to say that. So maybe we need to go a little farther than that, because I don't want to go all the way to the very edge of the map every time. We just gotta get the vibe for how far is far enough. So here's that usual little dead end pocket thing. Count's Decree again. Do we just be brave and check this way to see if Renly's house is right over here? Maybe Count's Decree isn't useless, because if we see it really early, Renly's house is right next to it. kind of feel like I need to find Count's Decree and have Renly's house be right next to it in that same spot, like 2 more times before I really believe that, though. Like, there's so many random things about these layout generations that it could have really just been coincidence that happened. This is a funky looking layout though, because we have like way more stuff to check up here before because of the angle of this zone. I don't think Renly's house will be over there. But I also don't want to walk all the way over there and check, you know? Kind of wondering actually how much we do need to zigzag here. Because Renly's house is, even when it's down here, it's kind of not that far from the wall, right? I suppose what I should do next time I see it there is keep following the wall. And see if we can tell which house is his without moving away from the wall. Or like moving too far from the wall, really. But this is looking like he's at the top side. But like if this was League Start and I'm trying to get through this shit as quick as possible, I kind of would not want to be here this long. Like I wouldn't want to full check this all the way up to that wall there. Yeah, there he is. There's his house. So I know we've done this like 10 times now, but thankfully a lot of them have been quick. We can go a couple more times. So there's some stuff I want to look at in particular. Promising. We want it to not be the close one. We would prefer it to be bottom left. So like the close one is far right. Middle is bottom left. I'm sorry, middle distance is bottom left, and then the far one is top center. So this time, instead of wiggling back and forth through the zone here, we're going to try and spot Renly's house from the wall. There it is. It was actually still on the wall, it was just farther. So zigzagging would have wasted a whole lot of time. I don't really remember what the other layouts looked like where it was right there. So I don't remember if that was the case every time. But I don't think it was. I think his house was kind of in away from the wall a little bit on a couple of those layouts.
Storming arrow.
But I would really like to have this information pretty solidly, because this has been one of the more troublesome objectives in Act 1 for me. Trying to think if there's any other ones that have been worse. Maybe the pylons in the Red Veil, but there's really no way to be sure of going the correct direction there. On the wall every time. Can we get one where it's the top center one more time? Like a better idea of what it looks like when Renly's house isn't down here at all. Down here again. I was like about to start moving too. So that's about how far it is. Alright, I think we'll move on here. It's pretty straightforward. Just run along the wall, and if you don't see it, go up to the top center. Hogham Village. Run along. The wall. On the right side of the zone. Right side of the zone. Two out of 3 of the spawns for Renly's house can be found along that wall at different points. You get to the bottom left corner and haven't found Renly's house. He is in. It is in the top center of the map. What's this place? Mana Ramparts. What objectives are there? It's just the door, right? The gallows, like maybe loot, but I really don't care about that. Some people may care about it more than I do, but I certainly do not at all. I think the way to do this one is you just stick to the right as much as you can. Because it kind of goes in a squarish pattern to the front door of the mansion. But I guess if you adhere to that too tightly, you end up in this corner and can't really make your way out very easily. There's one big turn. Should yoink that. Another right turn. Another right turn. Bro, that is the longest explosion of all time. And I've been saying it since they increased the duration of those explosions. Increasing duration is not the right way to make that easier to avoid. It just delays, it just denies the area for longer, and that always annoys the shit out of me. Have I gone too far to the right? Probably. But we do have more move speed now. We're up to plus 11.1%. Huge. Is this once again another alleyway that dead ends? Yes. Is this another alleyway that didn't? That is, yes. This, however, probably not. Lo and behold, we're not going to be a dummy this time, like I was with the Ogham farmlands. We're going to grab the waypoint here. return to the ramparts from here. And again, I think this one's pretty simple. We're gonna run through it a couple more times to make sure there's no funky layouts. But this is already looking kind of funky. Maybe not as funky as I thought at first though. Because it's still, like, I thought we were gonna keep going up this way and then turn right once and then be there. But then it kind of turned back left and then is starting to look a little more normal. So we don't want to follow too closely on the right wall. Because it may be like a square room that goes to a single smaller exit and then widens back out. That's an annoying path to follow. So the goal this time will be to avoid the ones that are dead ends. Let's see if we can guess. If we can do that reliably, we'll get through here much more quickly. Yo, a left turn? This is bullshit. This is not what I signed up for. I'm not an ambi-turner, dude. Lo and behold. A victory once again. So that was a little bit of a funkier layout, just because it was like kind of... We took one right turn and then another right turn and then it kind of went diagonal up to the left. But still same basic idea. The right-hand rule zone. Also, one thing I will always appreciate in Path of Exile 2 that I just thought about because of those monsters with extra chaos damage is the fact that you don't have negative chaos resistance at any point. It's fantastic. I'm a huge fan of that. A wiser individual would grab that belt. I, however, will not. So we can skip that one, we can ignore it. Totally a dead end. That's also not very pathable. I think we should just operate under the assumption if there's a way to keep going up to the right after the path turns right again, we should assume the path on the right is the dead end. So, like, there's probably a path here. This is just for science. This is a giant-ass courtyard. But this is the way to the door, almost assuredly. Yeah. Well, one more time, just for good measure. And then we'll do the ramparts. We're on the ramparts, the manor. But I still think that statement stands of, if we see a pathway that goes down, and there's still if there's a pathway that goes down to the right while there's still a pathway that goes up to the right, the up to the right pathway is always going to be the right one. At least in that final section. That seems to be where the majority of the tricky dead ends are, though. So that's the only area we really need to think about. I think this process has been good so far and useful, but I'm very much not looking forward to doing this kind of thing in Act 3. Those zones are so big, dude. Act 2 has a couple bangers too, but... Oh hey, look. A down to the right when there's still an up to the right. I wonder, hey look, a down to the right while there's still an up to the right. I wonder which way is correct. I think it's safe to say we have this zone figured out. Alright, the manor. I barely know her, but we'll do our best. Wait a minute, we're forgetting something. God bless the pause button. Right hand rule. Follow the right wall as much as possible. Until you start running up to the right. Once you start running that way, follow only follow paths that continue up and to the right. If you ever have the choice to do so. Option to do so. Seems good to me, boss. Iron Rune, huge. Okay, there's the first section. Kind of want to look at this whole zone here. I'll not be doing the boss before I'm done experimenting here. Usually we've been doing the boss the first time through and then going back through the rest afterwards, but I don't want to do that here. We'll leave the count for last when we're ready to move on. I don't know where the hell all my flasks went, but I sure would like some. Those big dudes are the worst because they have an attack that puts you in this weird like pseudo stun state that's not actually a stun, but you simply can do nothing for like 2 seconds. It's very annoying. It's when they do that right there, the really long tentacle. There's also 0 like VFX on it, so it's very easy to not see that happen. So then you're trying to do your fighting and suddenly you're just not doing anything and it's like, what the fuck? So it's kind of like a straight alley with a little room attached to it. Candleman is notably not in the first section. I'll do Candleman without hesitation because he's not bad. So I actually was thinking to myself, I doubt this is the way forward. But how wrong I was. Candleman is in the room with all the pews, the benches. Which is directly off of the little catwalk, I guess. This one.
First ones.
Owie. Give me my fire res. Oh no, it's a life. What's that?
Such ancient power.
Server just went down for maintenance? Oof. Oh, your server just went down for maintenance. My condolences. I actually... Did you try mashing the login button after that? Or was it like warning you, hey, we're going down? Because I had a crash, or not really a crash, a hang up earlier where it froze and I closed the game and reopened it. And I tried to log in and it said server maintenance. And then I hit the login button again and it let me in. I think we're pretty much going to have to do this entire zone, like every floor. And then run it back from the very beginning. Can I take a checkpoint from here to the other section? Sure can. Just seems to lag you out. Gotcha. My condolences. I think I also heard, or I saw people talking in the chat while they were doing the Q&A that they were having issues with the PlayStation, if you're playing on that. And if you're a console or a PC enjoyer, but that could also do it. Sony's network has also been quite notably questionable in recent history. So that kind of tracks with the shape of the manor. I just wonder how much of this zone is designed to be like that, or if they just don't care about how the house should look. So it's kind of like this area only exists to throw you off the trail of the fact that the way forward is up here.
Yes, another one. He's under there.
More. This is his room. Taking your stuff, bitch. It's my money now. Motherfucker. No room. Give up cold for fire? I think that's a bad idea. Count Ogum has a lot of cold spells.
Storming arrow.
Or the Count of Ogum, whatever his name is. Nevermore wolf-ass bitch, Edgeworth McGee, Evanes. That guy. He has a lot of cold spells. Funny thing is, the straight line path is actually the best. Or the correct one, rather. In this case. Okay, so there's a dead end on one side. The actual path on the other.
Thunderous shot.
There he is. Let's see what's over here first. Just hello. Another room? Ah, torture room. Because why wouldn't there be? My money now, though.
Yes, more.
Whoa.
Don't stop.
Oh my.
Beast hungers.
Here we go again. This is actually pretty simple, I think. I'm gonna try not full clearing it this time. And we're not gonna bother with Candleman. We're just gonna try and get through here as quickly as possible, and if it's anything at all like it was last time, I think it won't be that bad. Yep. The rest of the useless room was over there.
The time is nigh. Our triumph is at hand.
The hawk circles its prey.
Stairs? Or in theirs? They should follow the shape of the manor. Which would mean, yep, we wrap back around to the stairs we walked over last time, or the catwalk. And last time it was on this side, right? Sure was. And this time, go down and around and then up.
Fury.
I may have gone too far. I may have been able to go up that pathway. Torture room. How early could I have turned? The very first one when we got past that little partition there.
Yes, more. Don't stop. The beast hungers.
Let's go one more time. It was pretty easy, but I kind of want to see if we get that last one without having to go all the way to the torture chamber. I may have fucked up. Oh, maybe not. The hell is this layout? This is why we're doing them multiple times, by the way, even if I'm like relatively assured of how they look. Sometimes you just get that fucking layout that's like bonkers. Like we haven't gone past the catwalk and there's Candleman. Unless I skipped it somehow. You can skip the catwalk. Okay. Well, this was the reason this we're going through this way is because I did not follow the plan of running straight out from the entrance forward. So like if I go this way, will I be able to keep going until we get that catwalk? Not here, but if we were doing things this way and I was following that like strategy, we would have done this and ended up on the catwalk about 10 times faster. So yeah, that needs to be our priority, is going straight over. And then once we're through the catwalk, we can go straight down to the right. Because the stairs are down here somewhere on this side. When we go through here, the stairs swap sides, but we have to go up to the left to find the catwalk again. It's kind of the same thing. We want to take as direct a path that way as possible, because otherwise we're just going to get bogged down in like useless ass rooms that don't have shit in them. It's all meant to be distraction.
The time is nigh. Our triumph is at hand.
And once again, the stairs will be down right somewhere. Maybe not this down right, but maybe further along. Could be this down right. There's a lot of space here. Ooh. And what was it here? Kind of have to find that weird alleyway that's kind of busted up, right? Kind of want to get up to the top left, don't we? Oh yeah, that's the torture chamber. So we skip that alleyway then.
Don't stop. The beast hungers.
So again, we could have kind of come up this way earlier than I did. So I guess the strat is top left on the final floor. That's the one. Alright, we'll do it one more time. I said that was the last time, but we fucked up like 3 different ways here. So we need the practice the correct way. Because it's only perfect practice that makes perfect, don't you know? Have no fear, this is expected. This is precisely what happened previously. Alleyway, catwalk even. We're here.
You can rest when you're dead. Keep digging.
The hawk circles its prey.
Then we go down to the right, but we don't want to go too far to the right because that'll take us back to where we started, as we saw last time, because that is all connected. Which I guess, like, on some layouts you could probably use that to skip catwalk, but I feel like that's a little too confusing. Doesn't really, I think it's not reliable enough to operate on as like a formula for the zone. I think that's all dead end, yep.
Time is nigh. Our triumph is at hand.
Alright, back around. Bottom right. That is his room. It is a door, not stairs. So this is a funky one. I don't think we should really blame myself for following it or for, you know, not getting this shit immediately, because this is still actually kind of the fastest we could have done it. The only way we could have done faster is if we did not go here, but 9 times out of 10 the stairs are right there, so you know, we're not gonna stress over that. So from here, this is the third one, it's top left. Except that's a dead end this time. I guess I'll just get shit on then. Once again, get shit on.
Thunderous shot.
Yes.
Okay.
More.
So in general, top left works here. We just have to be a little cautious of dead ends. Ogham Manor. Floor 1. We'll write incomplete sentences, shall we? For floor 1. Run straight away from the entrance. I guess towards the top left. Until you find the first catwalk. After crossing the first catwalk, Candleman is not far from the exit. Say Candleman is not far from the catwalk's exit. Search for him from the top left to the bottom right. After dealing with Candleman, search the bottom right for the stairs. For floor 2. follow the left wall until you find the second catwalk. After crossing it, go bottom right. Again. For the third floor, go up left. Let's say follow the top left as much as possible. Seems good to me, boss. Let's kill this man and get it over with. Hopefully this is the longest Act 1 of my entire life in this game. If there's one that takes me longer, I'm gonna be having a miserable time. I think we'll be okay.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself.
Many have tried.
Run, little rabbit. First one's iron. No escape.
Close enough. Welcome back, all.
Pay for that. Oriana, open the cage. Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not. I expect so much more from you. Think you're too weak to do the job.
Ow! Good thing I used that flask. Can you stop doing this when I can't really do anything to you?
How dare you abandon me after all I've given you? Your pulse quickens. The eternal impure.
Oh, unlucky roll.
Our Esamir endured, but soon all were devoured. In unending war, death waited at the door. Then hour by hour, men fell as summer sour.
Oh no! That was close.
I will take out your hearts and savor each bite. Freezing gale, requiem and high.
That was close. I don't think I got out of it in time. I think I was just in one frame somehow. Yeet! We didn't get another poem phase. Let's go. Looking easy, D. Perks of being overleveled a little bit.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment. The madness, it consumed my being.
Yes, it's all the woman's fault.
Used it against me. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages from the desert. From the Vastiri? Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness. As you wish.
Yeet. Got his ass.
Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
Now we can do that. Oh, just kidding. Stats and all that, you know. More life. Same crit chance somehow. Dexterity and intelligence, but no res. I'll take it.
You've done what the duck good luck.
Those don't have 15% move speed on them. Bye. Alright, Mr. Hooded Man, whose name is not Sin, for sure. Okay, I believe that's where we're going to end the stream for today. It was productive, I learned a lot, but I'm also tired. There's a lot of thinking, a lot more thinking than I like doing in the campaign. So we're going to take our time. That's what, because I spent like a good couple hours off stream, like when I was making this character, deciding how I wanted to do this. So that's 11 hours of playtime to get through Act 1. Pretty sure that's how long it took me to get through Act 3 Cruel my first time. So that's cool, but tomorrow we'll be back at 5 p.m. Eastern US time, or Eastern Daylight Time, however you prefer to call it. To continue, we'll probably do all of Act 2 and call it good for the day. Saturday we'll do all of Act 3, and then Thursday we'll come back next week. To do all of Cruel, to apply all of the things we're figuring out. Hopefully it works out. And then the day after that we'll do it all again, except from Act 1 normal to Act 3 Cruel, in Dawn of the Hunt. So look forward to it. I'm excited. Hope y'all are excited. Hope you enjoyed. If you did and you've not already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch. The like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. And like I said, come see you tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern US time. Have yourselves a good night, and I'll see you then.